BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports. I am Kate Constable here with you for the next 5 hours, breaking down a lot of what we saw in the NFL preseason with games wrapping up yesterday. Week 1 of the preseason is officially in the books. Plenty of rookies making their debuts and strong ones at that. And then we finally got to look at, some of these teams that have had a lot of roster moves. And although it's very limited playing time for a lot of the veterans or some of the more experienced players, still kind of like you got a feel of what's to come for some of these teams. And it was really good just to have football back. I sat on my couch and watched the first half of the Bears-Browns game yesterday. And granted, I wasn't locked in on every play. I was doing some things around the house, but it just felt good to have football on in the background and to know that the meaningful football is just around the corner. So we're going to dive into all sorts of things, which rookie quarterbacks shined in their preseason starts. What's next for Shedeur Sanders? He's not a rookie quarterback, but he is one of the quarterbacks that played this weekend. Coming up in about 20 minutes, I'm going to take you through some of my favorite NFL win totals for the season, and especially after seeing, just a glimpse of these teams in preseason week 1. We also have an awesome guest. Spencer German from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland is going to join us. He's also the host of Locked On Browns. We'll get his perspective on what is really one of the only major, I guess the Falcons is somewhat a quarterback battle, but Michael Penix Jr. still isn't cleared to play. So is that really a battle? But we do have the Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders quarterback battle going on in Cleveland. So we will get his thoughts on that coming up at 1:20. PJ Glasser is also going to join me to co-host the remainder of the show an hour from now. So he'll join us at the top of the hour and be with us for the next 4 hours. NBA schedule release came out. We've got to talk about what's going on there. There's some funky game times, some weird situations of teams not being on national TV. Tyrese Halliburton had something to say about that for his return. We will talk about that throughout the show, and then also get some Major League Baseball updates. Paul Skeens, his start has been pushed, not injured, just not playing very well. So the Pirates are going to rest him another day or so. So he will not pitch today. We're just going to get stuff before we get stuff off. If you want to join the show, talk, text, we have a line for you to call into or text into. We'd love to get your thoughts throughout. It is 310-840-4910. Let us know what you think about our takes on the show, topics we're talking about. If you have anything to chime in on, we would love to hear it. All right. As we do every morning to start BetMGM Game Day at the top of the show, we take you through our high five. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. And let's hit it with number 5.
5.
Douglas all the way to the win. This time, she obliterates the world record.
So it isn't every week that we hit you off the top with some Olympic sport or swimming, but this is pretty crazy. Katie Douglas, an absolute absurd weekend at the Pan Pacific Championships. She broke the same individual world record twice in one day, helped set another world record, and nearly broke a third. That's absolutely crazy. So between 7:42 a.m. and 9:25 a.m. Pacific time, Katie Douglas, she won 2 gold medals and a silver, and she set world records. So her prelims for the 50 free, she swam at 23:49. That's a world record right there. And then an hour later, she went back for the finals for the 50 free and swam a 23:19. So that lowered her world record that she had just set by another 0.3. So, that's absolutely crazy. It might sound like, okay, well, she just swam a little bit faster, but for back-to-back world records within hours of each other is just absolutely insane. She also swam the 4x100 meter medley relay. She anchored that for Team USA, and they set a world record of 3 minutes, 36 seconds in that one. So multiple world records set in one day by Katie Douglas. I'd have to go back and look. I'm sure Katie Ledecky was probably the last person to set to do anything of this sort, right? I don't even know if she set multiple in one day, but Katie Ledecky was the last, and still is, one of the great U.S. swimmers of all time. Kate Douglas, rather, is giving her a run for her money, and that sound credit of USA Swimming that you just heard. Let's go to our number 4.
4.
Strike one. Or you paint the inside part with 1/100. But 2 from Mizorowski. Ohtani flails and misses. Slider, fastball, slider to strike him out.
And that is one of the best matchups that we've seen all season. Mizorowski going up against Ohtani. The Brewers get the 4-1 win over the Dodgers. Brewers, they lead Major League Baseball with 76-48 record. But Mizorowski going up against Ohtani. So first came out firing fastballs, and Miz told reporters before the game that was his plan. He was going to just pepper Ohtani with the fastball. He threw 6 4-seamers in a row in their first matchup. First one at 103.7 miles an hour. The last one of that bat, 103.8. And had a 104.2 fastball mixed in there along the way. So struck Ohtani out the first time. That single at bat was Mizorowski's 5 fastest pitches on the day. And then he saw Ohtani a little bit later on. Brewers leading 4-1 in the 5th. And Ohtani's up, bases loaded for the go-ahead run. And what does Mizorowski do? Well, he hits him with a little curveball. Gets Ohtani striking out with a couple curveballs in that at-bat. Mizorowski, I mean, just unbelievable. The numbers, the velocity that he's able to throw this year. And striking out Ohtani. And then Freddie Freeman right after that with the bases loaded once again. Pretty impressive stuff from the Miz and the Brewers, who are now 4 games up on the Cubs. That's kind of, they were 3.5 yesterday with the Cubs beating the Cardinals on, what was it, Friday. We're back at 4 over the Cubs. We're going to hear something from this Cubs game in just a little bit in this high five. That sound from Mizorowski, though, and Ohtani, credit of Fox. Let's go to our number 3, and we'll hit the gridiron.
3.
Rigid technique so you don't get pushed back.
Adams threatened blitz. Oh, Jackson Dart is smacked. Holy cow, Jay Ward.
That is credit of Fox 9 KMSP in Minneapolis. And I chose that sound because that is the wonderful, the fabulous Paul Allen on the call for the Vikings radio. He's unbelievable. I grew up in Minnesota, so I grew up listening to him. So maybe I'm a little biased and partial towards Paul Allen, but he has to be one of the best voices in the NFL in football right now. I love listening to Paul Allen, and it's even better when he's got an incredible call like this. Not incredible that Jackson Dart ends up on his back, but Dart is just lit up there in the Giants preseason game by Vikings safety Jay Ward. Not necessarily his fault. It's not like he was holding on to the ball too long. Safety just, blitzed Jackson Dart, and Tyrone Tracy misses his block there for the Vikings. And Jackson Dart not only ends up on his back, but ends up in the medical tent. All right, fine. Not at Jackson Dart's fault. He wasn't running crazy. He didn't, fail to slide or get out of bounds or anything like that. He just got hit pretty good. Why did the Giants bring him back? He's in the medical tent for a concussion, being evaluated. And maybe you're like, sure, well, he didn't have a concussion, so he's fine to play. This is the preseason. It's preseason game number 1. What more do you need to see from Jackson Dart right now after he already makes a trip to the medical tent? Nonetheless, what do the Giants do? They do bring him back. He only missed 2 plays. So, I mean, the concussion protocol or concussion evaluation must have been pretty quick, and that they were able to rule that out. And maybe that's part of the reason he comes back so quickly. But he was cleared. He returned. He threw a 15-yard touchdown. Good for Jackson Dart. Good for the Giants. But this kid needs to, and again, not his fault yesterday that his offensive line missed the block and he was pancaked, but 5 trips to the medical tent in 10 games last year for Jackson Dart. Like, we need to protect this guy at all costs. And I think the coaching staff for the Giants failed him a little bit yesterday by allowing him back in the game. I know you go into these preseason games with a game plan and, a number of snaps that you want your quarterback to take or series that you want them to be in on. But Jackson Dart, we've seen, we had a season from him last year. We've seen what he can do. If your starting quarterback takes a trip to the medical tent in preseason number 1, might be a good idea not to put him back at the game. Just let him rest. Let's make sure everything is okay. If you need to see more in preseason game number 2, you've got that next week. Giants, not quite sure what's going on there, but thankfully Jackson Dart is okay and was able to get back on the field, I guess. Let's go to not another rookie, a rookie here. Jackson Dart, not a rookie. Let's go to number 2 here.
2.
This game, Mendoza, quick throw. Whoa! It's caught! Amanda Lurie with his first Raider touchdown, and it goes to Jack Bess.
That sound credit of Fox 5 in Las Vegas. And that is the number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, making his debut for the Las Vegas Raiders. Kirk Cousins started that game. Kirk Cousins led a touchdown drive. Fernando Mendoza comes in, and what does he do? Well, a little bit of the same. Mendoza was 10 of 16, 97 yards, and a touchdown. He finished with a passer rating of over 100, which is pretty good. Not too shabby. Also, one of the more impressive throws was just a laser between 3 defenders, completion of 19 yards. Truly a laser of a throw. So Fernando Mendoza already showing kind of what he can do at the NFL level, and then had a touchdown pass. A 79-yard touchdown drive. It included a 53-yard run. So it's not like Mendoza, threw a bomb downfield and hit his receiver in stride, although I think that's probably something we'll see throughout the season. But Mendoza, I think more than anything, just looked comfortable and poised. He did talk after the game that the speed, it was a little sped up for him in the beginning, but once he kind of settled down and settled in, looked really comfortable. He did not look like a rookie that was starting his first NFL game. I didn't think that the jitters were necessarily there like you sometimes see with some of these rookies. And if you had to ask me, Kirk Cousins, Clint Kubiak said that Cousins, it's still his job to lose, the starting job that is. But I think we see Fernando Mendoza sooner than later, even if, unless Kirk is just winning games and the Raiders are winning. I think we see Fernando Mendoza pretty early on in the season. I'm calling like week 4, week 5, Mendoza comes in. I know Max Crosby and some of those defensive starters were not playing for the Raiders this weekend, but that defense looked absolutely brutal. So as much as the offense can, as much as Kirk Cousins can win you games, and I say that kind of tongue in cheek, this Raiders defense is going to need to step up. They gave up 27 points to the Cardinals, and I believe the Cardinals scored in the first 4 drives of the game. Like, you're not going to win too many games when your defense is giving up that. Granted, again, Max Crosby, some of those starters not out on the field. It is preseason after all. This is the most impressive thing I saw this weekend, and maybe one of the most impressive things I've seen in quite some time. Let's hit number 1.
1.
Swing drive, well hit right. Suzuki back. And it's gone. It is gone. It is gone. 3 homers for Baez. Major League history at Wrigley Field.
Absolutely insane. That call on Cardinals TV. Unbelievable stuff. Joshua Baez gets called up. He's making his major league debut at Wrigley Field yesterday against the Cubs. He steps into the batter box, top of the first pitch he sees. He sends that one 449 feet into the bleachers. Incredible, right? First pitch of your first major league at bat does not get much better than that, does it? Well, actually it does. If you go to the top of the 4th now, Baez steps to the batter's box again, sends a second homer to the bleachers, 382 feet. 2 at-bats, 2 home runs for Joshua Baez in his major league debut. We'll head to the 6th. He's back up at the plate. Joshua Baez, homers to right, 368 feet. 3 at-bats, 3 home runs in his major league debut. He had a ton of family in the crowd. They were going crazy. His teammates in the dugout going crazy. And those on his minor league team, I saw a video of them watching in their clubhouse, and they were going nuts for him. It's the first time ever in MLB history that a player in his debut has hit 3 home runs in his first 3 at-bats. The thing is, though, that Baez in the minors hit 4 home runs in 1 game already this season. So when he got to the plate, what was it? His next at bat, whenever that was, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, regardless, hit one pretty deep to left field. Again, didn't clear the fence, but got pretty good contact. So Baez, he's got a big frame, big body, power, clearly can hit, and hits 3 home runs in his first 3 at-bats, and also, like, in his very first swing in the majors, hits a home run. Absolutely incredible stuff. The Cardinals, they beat the Cubs 8-4. They play again this afternoon. Brewers and Dodgers also play again later today. And so the race for the NL Central, me being here based in Chicago, is one that I am keeping my eye out on. I know some of the other people on our show today, behind the scenes, Grant is as well. Cubs trying to catch the Brewers in the standings, 4 games back with about 39 or so, 38 games left in the regular season. The White Sox play the Tigers. That's another big divisional matchup in the AL Central. White Sox have a nice little cushiony 4.5 game lead in that division as well. All right, coming up, I'm going to give you my 5 favorite NFL win totals going into this season. We'll break down the opening night schedule for the NBA that was released over this past week. We'll talk about some of the important dates there. And then PJ Glasser will join us at the top of the hour to co-host the rest of the show with me. I am Kate Constable. You are listening to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are listening throughout the country, or across the country, I should say. This is BetMGM Game Day. I'm Kate Constable right here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. NFL preseason week 1 in the books. We'll talk about some of the winners, some of the losers, some of the rookie performances that we saw over the weekend, and how some teams fared. That's coming up all throughout the show. Very heavy on NFL preseason reaction today. We'll also, 20 minutes from now, 15 minutes from now or so, we're going to talk about the NBA schedule release. Some funky, honestly, just some funky scheduling. Opening night, some of the players that are coming back from injury and making their debuts this upcoming season, not on national TV. They're upset about that. We've got some things to talk about and some fun matchups to look forward to, honestly, in the NBA this year. So we'll discuss that. PJ Glasser is going to join me at the top of the hour. He'll co-host the rest of the 4 hours with you. We're here till 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. And you can watch online over at YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight, and you can watch BetMGM Game Day there with me. We also have Spencer German from 92.3 The Fan and Locked On Browns joining us at 1:20 Eastern. We'll talk to him about what he saw from Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson in their preseason game against the Bears yesterday. That one of the few quarterback battles going on throughout camp. So we'll get his take on who he thinks should be starting the season. Deshaun Watson started yesterday. Shedeur Sanders, Todd Monken has said, will start in preseason game 2. In the meantime, now that we have a little glimpse of some of every team out there from the preseason, granted, we didn't see a lot of the starters or a lot of the mainstay players that will be on the field this year. I'm going to take you through some of my favorite win totals this season in the NFL, and whether or not we're taking the over or under, because now is the time to get those bets in. And I'm going to start with a team in the AFC North. That is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I liked what I saw from the Steelers yesterday with whenever they played this weekend, Friday, Saturday, whenever it was. I liked what I saw from their backup quarterbacks. Drew Aller looked pretty good, right? 3 touchdown passes. They've got Will Howard. Mason Rudolph had a nice little showing. The problem is they're not the starter. That job belongs to Aaron Rodgers, who's in his 40s. We know what Aaron Rodgers can do. We know what he could do early on in the season, MVP type season, Super Bowl champion quarterback. That's not the same Aaron Rodgers this year. Aaron Rodgers is not mobile. He does not move. He's going to sit in the pocket. And I just don't know that this offense has the firepower necessarily, and that Rodgers is really that guy anymore. New head coach in Mike McCarthy. I know that's not new for Aaron Rodgers at all. But it's a different season, different, generation? Different era is the word I'm looking for in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin gone, where you could automatically just pencil in 8-9 wins for the Steelers, or at least a winning record. The biggest thing that concerns me, even more so than Rodgers or the offense or anything like that, is just the schedule for this team. Yes, you start off against the Atlanta Falcons. That should be a win, right? You're at home. You can chalk that up. But it's just a gauntlet. You go to New England, and granted, the Patriots are one of the top regression candidates. We get that. They had a soft schedule last year. It's still a talented team. You have Cincinnati, obviously, being in the division. You play Cleveland twice. I think Cleveland is going to be a little bit more improved than they were last year. So I don't think those two are automatically wins. You have the Colts. Yeah, Colts, meh. I think that could be a win. Till you go to Tampa Bay. Not quite sure what to really expect from the Bucs this year. I'm expecting a good year from Baker, but does that result in wins across the board for the Bucs with their roster? You go to New Orleans. Actually, scratch that. I think that is a overseas game, because I'm looking at an 8:30 a.m. start time. But the Saints should be better. Back half of the season is when it gets really, really tough. You have Cincinnati off the bye on the road. Then you go on the road to Philadelphia. Not an easy one. You have Denver, Houston, those two defenses coming to Pittsburgh. You have Jacksonville, Baltimore, Carolina, sure. Tennessee, sure. and then you end at Baltimore. I mean, that is a absolute brutal back half of the schedule. And being it's the back half, that's when you kind of expect, although you don't, I mean, no one wants to say it, but like, that's kind of when you expect some injuries to have happened. And maybe your depth guys further down the depth chart are all of a sudden happen to step in, and you don't want to be playing, guys too early before they're ready, rookies or whatever it may be, when you're facing a schedule like Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Denver, Houston. So 8.5 wins for the Steelers. I am going to take the under. Let's go. I mentioned this team. Let's go to New England, the Patriots. They are the one of the top regression candidate teams, and I think for good reasons, right? They had a cupcake schedule last year, 2026. Now they kick things off week 1 against who the team that beat them in the Super Bowl. Obviously that is kind of how it goes, right? You play the team that you played in the Super Bowl. What's the phrase? All eyes will be on that game, regardless. The schedule isn't easy again. Like, it's not necessarily the talent level on these teams. It's more so the schedule in what they're going to be facing, right? Especially coming off of the season where the schedule was so easy for New England last year. They had a top 4 easiest schedule of all time. Things get a little bit more difficult this time around. They are top 5 in miles traveled coming up this year, which is really tough. So you're going all over the place. You're going out west a couple times. You're spending a lot of time in the Midwest. You're traveling to Seattle for your first game. Obviously, just talked about that one. So you play a first place schedule rather than a number 4 place schedule. So getting to 10 wins feels like a little bit of a stretch to me. Could they finish with 9 wins? Yeah, a 9-8 record seems very doable here, but that still is some regression, and that still is the under on the win total. And you can get that at plus money. Plus 105 for the under is out there right now. So that's something that I am certainly looking at. Again, you play the NFC North this year, which is brutal. NFC North, one of the toughest divisions in football right now, along with the NFC West, I think. So you have Chicago, you have Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, all on there. You have Denver, you have the Chargers. Like, it's not an easy cupcake of a schedule for the Patriots like it was last year. So I'm going under the win total for the New England Patriots. I promise you, I have an over on here somewhere. At least I thought I had an over on here somewhere. Over. Yes, here's my over. Speaking of the NFC North, the Detroit Lions. Again, schedule based here because Detroit, you're going to have some injuries. That happens every year for Detroit. It feels like their defense is just decimated by injuries every year. Obviously, injuries happen with every team. But if you look at the schedule for the Detroit Lions, I think this is probably very aggressive to say, but if the Lions don't win 10 games this year, Dan Campbell could be on the hot seat because of how easy this schedule is. And granted, yes, you start off with New England. The Saints should be better this year. As the Lions, the talent that the Lions have on that team, on that roster, you should still be able to beat a Saints team that might be a little bit improved. Going to Buffalo week 2 is tough, but then here's your schedule before a week 6 bye. Jets, Panthers, Cardinals. Granted, the back 2 of those, Cardinals and Panthers, are on the road. You should still be able to beat them with the roster that the Lions have. Of course, you play the teams in your division. The other teams you play, the Dolphins, the Falcons, the Titans, the Giants. It's pretty easy. Getting to 11 games this year for the Detroit Lions should be I don't want to say a cupcake because nothing in the NFL is a cupcake, right? We were talking in the break here, like if Jared Goff goes down, the backup situation for Detroit with Teddy Bridgewater retiring is questionable. Yeah, you have Josh Dobbs, and he's done some good things. He won a couple games in Minnesota for the Vikings over the previous years, so like maybe he's able to come in. But you got to make sure Jared Goff is fully healthy in order for all these wins to potentially come to fruition. But I think getting to 11 wins last year is going to be very doable for this Lions team that won eight games last year, despite all sorts of injuries and an incredibly tough schedule. So the Lions, the over there at 10.5 is one of the overs that I like here. Two more unders here. This one, I think this team is going to be absolutely brutal. The Miami Dolphins. Just look at the depth chart. I don't hate the quarterback change here, bringing in Malik Willis. Like, again, he won some games for the Packers last year. He's been a great backup, but he's a starter now. Not necessarily saying that's the reason that I think the Dolphins can't win, but I just don't believe they have the talent on either side of the ball, and especially defensively. Like, Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, they are both gone. You have Chop Robinson is the team's top edge rusher, and he hasn't had more than 6 sacks in a season. So if you can't get to the quarterback at all, that's going to be a problem for this defense. You're not going to generate turnovers. You're not going to generate takeaways. Your defense is going to be spending a whole lot of time on the field. The Dolphins win total is set at 4.5. It's one of the lowest of all teams this season, I believe, along with the Cardinals. But I think it's going to be tough for them to exceed that. Miami's secondary, again, along with that defense, they did spend one of their first 2 rounders on Chris Johnson out of San Diego State, the cornerback. But other than that, and again, he's a rookie, so like, how big of an impact is he going to be able to make in his rookie season? That's questionable. I just don't think this defense is going to be great, especially when you are seeing the likes of San Francisco, Kansas City, Minnesota, Cincinnati. It's a tough schedule here for the Dolphins this year with everyone that they have on. Again, this being the AFC East, like I just talked about with the Patriots, you do play the NFC North. Then again, Green Bay, Chicago, Minnesota, Detroit. The Dolphins, they're not winning 5 games this year. I'm sorry. I'm going under on the Dolphins at 4.5. And apparently I have 6 on my list. So here's a little double dip for you here. I'm also going under in the Commanders, and I'm going under on the Falcons. The one out of the 2 of those, if you made me choose one of them, it had to be the Falcons, because I don't trust this Atlanta Falcons team at all. And granted, yeah, you have Drake London. You have Bijan Robinson, right? Bijan just got a massive contract. Second highest running back paid outside behind Jahmyr Gibbs, and by just a tiny, tiny margin. But your quarterback situation is brutal. Tua is brutal. Michael Penix Jr. still is not on the field, and this front office, this regime in Atlanta, it's not the same regime that drafted Michael Penix Jr. So they could easily be just tossing him to the curb if he doesn't get healthy or he doesn't perform. But Tua certainly isn't the answer. He didn't look good in the preseason. Granted, 1 game and the preseason. But if you're a career starter in this league, you should be able to have a better showing in the preseason than what Tua put forth yesterday, especially when you're playing against a lot of backups on the opposing defense there. So, yes, the Falcons do have some weapons offensively. Kyle Pitts, we'll see what that looks like this year. He got paid this offseason as well. But I just do not trust the quarterback situation in Atlanta whatsoever. I think the defense has the potential to be okay. I think they'll be middle of the road at best. This team winning 8 games, not happening in my book. And then the other one was the Commanders. And yeah, Jaden Daniels, we'll see what we get from him this year. If it looks anything like Jaden Daniels' rookie season, they're probably going over 8 wins or 7 getting to 8 wins. If it looks like he wasn't bad last year by any means, but on and off the field, you're not getting there. And then, of course, the Laramie Tunsil injury, him going out with that torn tricep, that's absolutely brutal for that offense. And with that, I think that is kind of what has me leaning a little bit more towards the under and limiting what the Commanders are going to be able to do this year in terms of wins. So there are my 5 + 1 = 6 win totals. I'm going Steelers under 8.5, Patriots under 9.5, Lions over 10.5, Commanders and Falcons both under 7.5, and Dolphins under 4.5. My favorite one of all of those, honestly, I think the Dolphins are going to be so brutal this year. I'm going under 4.5 wins for the Dolphins. Coming up on the other side, time to go over to the hardwood. We'll check out the NBA. The schedule was released. What games should you have on your radar? I will tell you next. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. We have plenty of NFL talk today. Preseason, week 1 in the books. Week 2 coming up here. We'll talk about all the quarterbacks, situations, all the good performances from the rookies. Over the next 4 hours, PJ Glasser will join me at the top of the hour. He'll co-host the rest of the show with me. Kate Constable here with you, though, for the remainder of the show, but solo for this next 15 minutes or so. And I want to talk about the NBA schedule release that came out. First of all, we had the schedule release videos from the NBA. They're still a little bit behind some of those NFL schedule release videos. I thought there were some good ones out there. The Atlanta Hawks one with the bird caller, the kid calling all the different, I think that was the Hawks one. Now that I say that. The Benny the Bull one for the Chicago Bulls playing the video game. I should probably know what that video game is, but I don't play a whole lot of video games, but I heard that people really enjoyed that one. But the schedule was released, and there are some interesting pieces on the schedule. So we do have opening night, and let's not call it opening night because this is opening day, people, here in the NBA. Kicking things off to open the 2026-27 season, the Boston Celtics at the Detroit Pistons. Fine, right? Celtics Pistons, two good teams. The game's at 3 p.m. Eastern on October 20th. That's a Tuesday. People will be at work. Kids are going to be at school. The defending champion New York Knicks, their banner ceremony, somehow not the first event of the season. Granted, the Knicks play at 7 p.m., so that would be the prime time, and that's probably the right place to put a banner ceremony. But you're trying to take a page out of the European soccer schedule, or whatever you want to call it, by a 3 p.m. Eastern game to kick off the NBA season on a Tuesday? What are we doing here? Sure, they're experimenting, kind of seeing what the television situation is going to be like, viewership, all that. I can tell you, viewership is going to be down because people are at work and are at school. And at 3 p.m. Eastern on a Tuesday, yes, it's the start of the season, but how many people are going to be able to tune into that game? That's weird to me. I don't like that. I do like the Sixers-Knicks game at 7 p.m. That'll be a fun one. You have Jaylen Brown and LeBron James, Maxey and Embiid going up against the Knicks, the defending champions. Again, Knicks will have their title ceremony or their banner ceremony. And then you have Thunder at Spurs, the Western Conference Finals rematch. SGA going up against Wemby. That's the nightcap. I like that game, right? Those are opening night type schedule games. Can't complain there. Outside of this, what is this 3 p.m. stuff to kick off the season on a Tuesday? Doesn't make sense to me. We'll see if the NBA knows what they're doing and it ends up being a huge hit. And I'll eat my words if it does, but I certainly do not like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Why would we be doing that? Christmas schedule is interesting as well. Spurs, Knicks, obviously a finals rematch. That's a big one. You have Heat and Celtics. That is Giannis going up against the Celtics, who wanted Giannis. Giannis now with Miami. Sixers, Lakers, that's big. LeBron going up against his former team. You have Thunder at Timberwolves. That's obviously two great Western Conference teams. And then Nuggets and Warriors. Denver plays on Christmas a lot. Warriors do as well. Interesting things, though, with the Christmas schedule. The Pistons, number 1 seed in the East last year, 60-22. No Christmas game for them. Houston won 52 games. Cleveland reached the Eastern Conference Finals. No Christmas game for them. At the same time, yes, it's Steph Curry. And I guess this is the NBA saying we're not phasing out our superstars quite yet. Steph, you want to see Steph Curry on Christmas. I would prefer, even though Golden State is coming off a 37-45 season, I would prefer to watch Steph Curry on Christmas than I would the Cleveland Cavaliers and James Harden or Donovan Mitchell. Granted, they're going to be a better team overall this season. I can almost promise you that. I still want to see Steph on Christmas. That's kind of a staple, right? But I also want to see on Christmas Kevin Durant. And the Rockets are not playing on Christmas. And if you go back, it was back to 2023, the last time Kevin Durant didn't play on Christmas or opening night. And you might say, okay, that was only 3 years ago. He was with the Nets that year, got traded mid-season to the Suns. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the league felt like wasn't worth it with the way the Nets were playing, their record, where the Nets were sitting in the terms of expectations going into that year. And then with the him being traded, okay, that makes sense. Then you have to go all the way back to 2010, last time you didn't see Kevin Durant on opening night or Christmas. So I would prefer to see Kevin Durant on opening night or Christmas, but we won't see him on either of those games. Nationally televised games, this makes sense, right? You have the Lakers, you have the Knicks, Sixers, Spurs. They each get the max of 34 national appearances. Golden State has 28, Detroit 19, Cleveland 17, Houston 21. Sixers, they went, they're one of the teams that I just named in those 34 national appearances. They only had 14 games on national TV last year. So a huge jump. Obviously, it's because you have LeBron James and you have Jaylen Brown. But what happens if LeBron James isn't playing or Joel Embiid is hurt and isn't playing? All of a sudden, those nationally televised games don't quite have the draw that they did prior. And I guess you can't really foresee that or take that into account when you're making the schedule. But it feels like that could be a spot where all of a sudden the draw is LeBron and Jaylen Brown and Embiid, and maybe a couple of those players aren't on the court for one reason or another. Here's something that I thought was very interesting. Tyrese Halliburton over the weekend was on the Numbers on the Board podcast, and he talked about the Pacers schedule this year. Obviously, Tyrese Halliburton missed all last season with the Achilles injury. So you'd think, okay, Pacers, who made it to the finals the year prior, they get back their best player, one of the top players in the Eastern Conference. Pacers are going to open on national TV, right? They're going to open with a marquee type matchup. Nope. They're in New Orleans. They opened the season at the Pelicans, who are one of the worst teams in the league. Okay. Tyrese Halliburton kind of took offense to that on the podcast. He mentioned that. And then their home debut is against Dallas. Fine. Like, okay, whatever. But it's not nationally televised. And he did say, he said, like, what sort of superstar? And I think it's fair he calls himself a superstar. And maybe that probably wasn't the exact verbiage he used. But essentially, you have one of the top players in the league who took his team to Game 7 of a finals, tears his Achilles, and then is making his debut after 16 months. And that game isn't on national TV. In fact, you're just kind of burying that game in the schedule on, second night of quote unquote opening night against the New Orleans Pelicans in New Orleans. And then his home debut is still not nationally televised. I mean, that's kind of crazy. For the first half of the season, the Pacers only have like 3 nationally televised games from the start of the season to January 4th. Ugh, yikes. That is not good for the Pacers here at all. Couple other spots you could look at. San Antonio plays, again, the Pelicans in Paris and Manchester. So you get 2 overseas games for the Spurs. That's interesting to me. San Antonio is projected to travel more than 45,000 miles this upcoming season with those European series. That's pretty crazy. San Antonio and OKC, they finished first and second in the West, played 7-game conference finals, met a total of 12 times across the regular season. Yes, they are on opening night, but they only play 3 times all season. I think that's kind of a missed opportunity to only play 3 times. The other thing is, I just mentioned the NBA Cup. I think that's awesome this year. That's going to be at Hinkle Fieldhouse in Indianapolis versus Vegas. It's a smaller venue. It's going to be intimate. It's going to be rocking. The NBA Cup final at Hinkle Fieldhouse, I think, is going to be pretty cool. All right, coming up on the other side, back to the NFL. What performances stuck out the most, especially quarterback performances? We'll tell you next.
This is Westwood One.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Preseason week 1 is in the books. Plenty to react to. Quarterback competitions not going on across the league, really only a couple of teams. And we're going to talk about those, break them down, tell you what we saw over the weekend. He's PJ Glasser joining us for the next 4 hours here. I'm Kate Constable. PJ, appreciate you jumping on with us last minute. You get the call up, and what do? You step up to the plate and deliver.
Kate, I feel like I'm living the minor league dream. I'm down in, Schenectady, New York. I get called up to play for the Mets, and here we go. We're ready to roll on noon Eastern on a Sunday.
Well, hey, I know this is not your debut. You're with us all the time, but did you see the Joshua Baez debut yesterday in the big leagues for the Cardinals? 3 at-bats, 3 home runs.
It's pretty good. Kind of all downhill from there, right? Do you just retire at that point? Like you hit 3 home runs in your MLB debut, just call it a career, right? Can't get better than that.
No. Have to. Yeah. I hope he at least got one of those home run balls that he hit. Like, there's no way he got all 3, right?
Well,
but I hope he at least got one.
They throw the home run balls back, don't they? Normally.
Oh, so they did.
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
feel like they
I should know
the
that.
bleacher.
Yep.
Yeah, they always do. So I don't know if they threw back all 3, but I would think that of the 3, he had to at least get 1 or 2 of them.
Yep. For sure. All right. Well, that's good for him. All right. We're going to talk a little NFL here, but first, over at BetMGM, there's an odds boost for you. Speaking of Major League Baseball, players will receive an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token over at BetMGM. To use the token, add an MLB bet to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. That's over at BetMGM Major League Baseball Boost Pack today. All right, PJ, going back to what we saw over the weekend in the NFL. Around the league, some fun games to watch. Honestly, it was just fun to have football back on. Like, I had it in the background while I was doing things around the house yesterday. It was just beautiful noise, right? I wasn't locked into every single game. I wasn't, not every snap caught my attention, but it was nice just to have football back on the TV. I did sit down and watch a little bit of this Bears-Browns game, the noon slate yesterday. And that's where we have the biggest quarterback competition across all teams in the league, with Deshaun Watson playing for the first time in 2 years, and Shedeur Sanders trying to make his case for why he should be the starter this year. Todd Monken, the new head coach of the Browns, came out prior to the first game during practice last week and said Watson's going to start game 1, Sanders will start game 2. You'll see them both throughout. So Deshaun Watson gets the start yesterday, and pretty solid debut. 11 of 15, 126 yards, didn't throw a touchdown, no interceptions, sacked once, fumble, rather. The Bears recovered that. I thought it was a decent showing for Deshaun Watson, for someone who hadn't played in a couple seasons. Decision making, he was quick. Based on the 2 quarterback performances, and again, we have more preseason to go, but Deshaun Watson, in my eyes, kind of deserved the start if you're banking just on what you saw yesterday against the Bears.
Yeah, I was impressed with Watson. I thought he looked good too. All offseason, I've been in the camp, Kate, of between these 2 guys, I would start Shedeur Sanders if you're the Browns. Like, you're not making the playoffs this year. You're not winning anything. Watson isn't your quarterback of the future. So just see what you have in Shedeur Sanders. Like, this quarterback class, and I know we've been saying this the last couple of years, but this quarterback class upcoming really should be awesome, with Arch Manning, Dante Moore, DJ Carr, some of these other guys. So, there's a good chance the Browns are going to get their QB of the future in the next draft. You might as well see what you have in Shedeur Sanders, because when Watson's contract is over, that's it for him in Cleveland. But he did look good yesterday. He did do some nice things. I think Todd Monken's going to be a good stopgap coach for the Cleveland Browns, because he's no nonsense. He's old school. He's a grown up. Tells you how it is. And that's what the Browns need. I mean, you know, they've been so bad for so long. They haven't won the division since the early 90s, and they haven't had a quarterback really since then either. The franchise has been an absolute disaster. Like, they need somebody who's come from either college programs like Monken was at with Georgia, or NFL teams with the Ravens, where he's experienced winning in the regular season. He knows what it takes to win championships, and he can help kind of clean up the culture in Cleveland. And I think he's also going to help improve both quarterbacks, whether that's Sanders and Deshaun Watson. So it was a good start for Watson. He looked better than I thought he would. And yeah, I think, you know, he's going to be the starter week 1 for the Browns. I think we kind of have all felt that way for a while heading into the season. And I think his performance against the Bears just kind of reaffirmed that for me.
Which is crazy. The contract that Deshaun Watson got and the amount that he's played and all of that, like, it could not have gone any worse for the Browns. I mean, we've said that for forever. If Shedeur, PJ, let's hypothetically just say Shedeur is not the starter this season. You go through the preseason games and it's obvious that Watson is going to be the starter and Monken likes Watson. Blah, 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 blah. Do the Browns consider trading Shedeur at all? Like, there are some teams that could use quarterbacks, the Falcons being one of them, Kevin Stefanski, although I'm not sure Kevin Stefanski loved Shedeur last year in Cleveland. So maybe Stefanski doesn't want to coach Shedeur in Atlanta, but like that would be one where Penix is still hurt. Tua is not durable and did not look good over the weekend. Like, is that a spot where Shedeur could become available if he's not the starter?
I don't think so, just because keep in mind all the teams that passed on him in the NFL draft because they didn't want to deal with all the other stuff that comes with Shedeur in your building and all your team. So even though he's like proven in spades and in moments that maybe he can be a decent NFL quarterback, like he won some games last year, like, Kate, we know how it is. I mean, with players across any sports, if you're great and you're really good, teams are willing to put up with the BS. But if you're not and you're a backup and they don't have to deal with the other stuff, then they're just not going to put up with it. So I can't see the Browns, you know, finding a trade partner for him or somebody willing out going to get him. I think he's going to be on the roster. He's going to be the backup. And the only reason that he plays is because Deshaun Watson is terrible or he ends up getting injured again. But I can't see him playing for another team this year.
Also, as I threw out Atlanta, Jeff Ulrich, his son, was the one that pulled the prank on Shedeur in the draft. So that Atlanta probably wouldn't be a good spot for Shedeur to be, regardless. Yeah, probably wouldn't be working out there. Plus, with the draft class, like you mentioned, coming up next year, I mean, Atlanta's they'll be drafting a quarterback next year, I would imagine. So maybe you don't want to waste any sort of draft compensation on Shedeur. What do you think in terms of the Browns' success this year, though, PJ? I mean, their win total, I talked a little bit about win totals in the first hour before you jumped on with us. 4.5? Am I 5.5? Is where they're at this year. I mean, I'm almost, I can't quite get myself to pull the trigger on this, but I almost want to take the over on that. Is that crazy? Like, I think the offense could be a little bit better than last year, at least maybe a little bit more consistent. Again, the AFC North is a really tough division, but I kind of think that 6 games could be winnable. Now, that's probably the ceiling for them, but that doesn't matter in terms of betting. If you hit the mark, you hit the mark.
No, I agree. Like, of all the teams that we expect to be the worst in the NFL this year, like the Dolphins, the Cardinals, the Raiders, like these types of teams, the Browns would actually be the one that I might be the most interested in betting the over, just because they're a team that actually has a last place schedule. Like, Kate, if you go look at Arizona's schedule, if you go look at Vegas's schedule, yeah, their divisions are brutal, but outside of those games, like some of the other teams they have to play, like that is not a last place schedule. The Browns schedule, however, like you look at it and you're like, okay, there are going to be some games here where they're competitive, right? Like they play against the AFC South this year. They play against the NFC South this year. And then obviously they get all the last place teams in the AFC. So they play against the Jets this year. They play against Vegas this year. Their NFC crossover game this year outside of the NFC South games is they get the Giants. So there are some winnable games on the schedule for the Cleveland Browns. I'd like them a lot more if Jim Schwartz was still the defensive coordinator for the Browns, because then at least I'd know that on that side of the ball, they'd be really strong. Because the offense is going to be terrible, and now the defense is a little bit of an unknown, and you do lose Myles Garrett, it's just tough to invest in Cleveland. I don't want anything to do with them in the futures market. This is kind of a team that I actually think could be pretty good against the spread this year. Like week 1, right off the bat against the Jags, Kate, I'm kind of liking that 7.5, taking Cleveland against Jacksonville in that kind of game. So I think there will be certain situational spots, and you'll get some good numbers with the Browns where I will definitely take them against the spread. But in terms of like win totals or, anything like that, I got no interest in Cleveland.
I mean, 7.5 week 1 against the Jaguars. I really like that, PJ. I think you get over a touchdown. I mean, everyone's going to be high on the Jags this year after how they finished last year. And people are going to say, okay, well, it's the same old Browns. And quarterback situation isn't great regardless of who you go with. So 7.5. I know they're on the road. I would be good taking that one. The other somewhat of a quarterback competition is the Falcons, a team that I mentioned. Maybe they could use a quarterback like Shedeur, because you have Tua and you have Michael Penix Jr. And Tua didn't play at all. Penix didn't play at all in the preseason this weekend. Still working himself back from injury. Tua, not great. It almost feels a little bit. Tua was 3 of 5, 22 yards, led 2 punt drives. So threw the ball 5 times. How much info do you really get off of that? But I almost feel like it's more of a win for Penix to not have played yesterday than it is for Tua to play in the performance that Tua had. The quarterbacks all together of Tua, Cooper Rush, and Jack Strand went 16 of 36. That's not going to get it done. And is Tua going to be able to stay on the field? I know that feels kind of like a tired narrative. That's just kind of what you say when you talk about Tua is the injury stuff, but it's also very valid. So I'm not sure this Falcons team is going to be good at all this year because of the quarterback situation.
Yeah, the QB situation, we knew it was going to be rough going in. There was really no right answer with Penix and Tua, and they're both injury prone. But you do have to be concerned after what you saw with Tua. Kate, it feels like at this point the injuries piled up to now he's just thinking about it. Right. He's had so many concussions, and now the hip's starting to bother him where he can't move, he can't throw, and that's pretty problematic when you're an NFL quarterback. The one thing I will say about Atlanta, the things that they have going for them, they play in a terrible division. 8 games, won the NFC South last year, and I think 10 is definitely going to win it this year. If you can get to 10 wins, you're winning the South. 9 will probably do it. And look at Stefanski's track record in Cleveland. There's a reason why that guy's a 2-time coach of the year. It's because he's had bad quarterback play in the past, but he's still managed to win games. He's still managed to score points, and he's never had the offensive weapons with the Browns that he does with the Falcons this year. He's got one of the best players in the NFL in Bijan. He's got a great wide receiver in Drake London. Kyle Pitts is a solid tight end. He's got a top 10 offensive line with the Falcons as well. Defense is about middle of the pack, but again, I think if there's a coach in the NFL that has proven that he can win games with some bad situations, it is Stefanski. And I still think even though maybe Atlanta is going to be worse than some of us initially thought, that doesn't mean that they still can't win this division. So yeah, it is problematic with how Tua looks. It's getting to the point now, Kate, where you just watch him and he's almost just thinking. He doesn't want to get hit. He doesn't want to get hurt. He doesn't want to scramble. And it's a shame because coming out of Bama, I was so high on him. He was so good in college, and it's not because of what a great passer he was and how accurate he was, but he was such a better athlete than people gave him credit for too. He can't run now. He has no arm strength. So I think Atlanta, they're in a tough spot for sure at the QB position, but again, I mean, you still got Bijan, like you still got Drake London. There are ways that you can move the football in the Falcons. So I'm not totally out on them, but it was concerning watching Tua.
They're one of the teams, PJ. In the first hour, I talked about win totals. I took them under 7.5. I'm out on them. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm out on them in terms of getting to 8 wins. What I think could be something is with the quarterbacks the way they are in this situation that Atlanta's in, like, yes, Bijan is still one of the top players in the league, one of the top running backs. 1,500 yards, you can get at plus at 3-1 this right now for Bijan to hit. He's had nearly 1,500 yards, 1,456, 1,478 in his last 2 seasons. So almost getting to that mark. And now you have fairly incompetent quarterback play. At least that's kind of what we think. I think as long as Bijan's healthy, they're handing the ball off to him a ton. And I think he goes to work where 1,500 yards, I don't believe is out of the question whatsoever. And if you're getting 3-1 odds at that, I haven't done some shopping. This is the first place I've looked for it because it just kind of, popped in my mind of then how do you bet the Falcons if I don't like the win total and I don't like the quarterbacks? Take one of the best running backs. I think that is honestly a pretty decent bet to make going into the season.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly see, the case being made to fade against Atlanta. Again, that division is so bad. Like my question to people listening is if you don't like Atlanta, then who do you like? Carolina, I think we had Nick Kenyon on last week. I kind of agree with him. I think the Panthers could be really bad this year. The Saints are the team that everybody seems to love, but like how many times do we see a quarterback like Tyler Shuck have a great 9-10 games to end the season? People fall in love with them and then he turns out to suck. Will Levis, right? Like it happens all the time. And then Tampa Bay, it just kind of feels like they're an older, slower team. Todd Bowles kind of feels like he's on the way out the door. They got injury receiver. The defense isn't great. So I kind of think like Atlanta's still probably the most talented team in that division. It's just the fact that their quarterbacks absolutely stink. But I think Stefanski is also the best coach in that division. And I would trust him to figure it out. So Atlanta's actually still my pick to win the South. Definitely concerns about the QB position, but I think there's enough talent there to make it work.
All right. That is the South for you. We're going to go to the AFC North on the other side. PJ, we'll talk about the Steelers' backup situation because it looked pretty good over the weekend. With Drew Aller, Mason Rudolph, Will Howard. How do the Steelers handle that going forward? That is next. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports with PJ Glasser and Kay Constable. PJ Glasser and Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Game Day. We will be joined about an hour from now by Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. He's also the host of Locked On Browns. He's joining us at 1:20 Eastern. We'll talk to him about what he saw yesterday in the Browns-Bears game, quarterback situation, Sean Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and what we can look forward to. Not a whole lot to look forward to in Cleveland this year, PJ, but maybe a little bit more than last year. So we'll talk to Spencer about all things Browns. In the meantime, I've got to talk a little bit about what's going on in Pittsburgh right now with the Steelers. You have Aaron Rodgers back. He's back with his old head coach, Mike McCarthy, who's taken over for Mike Tomlin. We know that Mike Tomlin had quite a bit of success in Pittsburgh over the years, never had a losing season, didn't fare very well in the playoffs as of late, but still won plenty of games each year. And now what we saw, PJ, in this first preseason game was not Aaron Rodgers, but three of the Steelers' backup quarterbacks. That's Mason Rudolph, who's been in the league a very long time, Will Howard, and Drew Aller. And maybe the most impressive of all those was Drew Aller led 3 touchdown drives, threw for 2, 10 of 13, 153 yards. And now all of a sudden, everyone's calling for Drew Aller. When's he going to be taking over for Aaron Rodgers? Should we be pumped the brakes a little bit? I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Steelers have been so desperate to find their replacement for Ben Roethlisberger. I think they'll just cling to anything. You know, any young quarterback does anything good, and they're like, oh, maybe we got our guy, especially when it's a guy that went to Penn State, or Will Howard, who's a guy from the area as well. You know, they'll cling to those certain things. I mean, yeah, both guys played well. It's preseason though, like, especially as a Ravens fan, like, I didn't watch either guy and I'm like, oh, like they're going to be good. This is going to be an issue for the next decade. I think both guys, they looked good. I think learning under Aaron Rodgers for a full season is definitely going to help their development. But yeah, if I was a Steelers fan, I would pump the brakes. I'm not convinced necessarily that either of those guys are going to be their quarterback of the future.
Are you convinced that Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy is a good matchup? We know they won a Super Bowl together in Green Bay. So, like, history says yes. But at this point in both of their careers, like, McCarthy's been out of coaching for a year after, being fired by the Cowboys. And Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. Final season of his career, well into his 40s. Is that still a matchup that you think is going to produce wins this upcoming year?
I think at this point in his career, like, it's one of the best situations Aaron could go into because it's a coach that he respects, he's familiar with. You mentioned the success that they've had. So yeah, the Steelers are an interesting team, Kate, because I mean, forever, like with Tomlin as the coach, you could always pencil them in for at least 9-8. Doesn't matter how gross their games looked or how bad the offense was, they would find a way to get to 9-8. McCarthy is actually a much better coach than he gets credit for. Like, I kind of think he's very similar to John Harbaugh. They've both won one Super Bowl. They both have a lot of success in the regular season. They both have been disappointments in the playoffs. Yet for some reason, we all regard Harbaugh as like one of the best coaches year after year. And we all think McCarthy is like this big joke, but he wins games in the regular season. And even though at this point in his career, I don't love Rodgers, and the defense is well overpaid and they got some aging players, like there's something about the Steelers and that organization where I do think a lot of it was Tomlin, but I just think those guys have a knack for winning and they find ways to win games. And again, with the schedule and the way that it sets up and the fact that you get the NFC South, you get the Browns twice, you get the AFC South, there'll be some games on there that they can win. Like, really, Kate, the only games that you look at on the Steelers schedule, the only opponents that they play that kind of you look at and you'll be like, those will be tough games, will be the 2 against the Bengals, the 2 against the Ravens, the Houston, Denver, and Philadelphia. Outside of that, all those other games and at New England will be tricky as well in week 2, but they won at New England last year, so they know they can do it. I don't know what to make of the Steelers. They're a tricky team. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs this season, but I do think they're going to be right there in the hunt, constantly floating around those wild card spots. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers would come back for another year if he thought this team was going to go 4-13, Like, he wouldn't come back if he didn't feel like his team could win the division again or they could compete for a playoff spot. So I think they're going to probably be more competitive than people think. And I think McCarthy is going to do a better job than people think also. Because, again, say what you want about him in the playoffs, the guy wins in the regular season.
That's a great point of Aaron Rodgers kind of gauging the success of this team before he comes back and like what he thinks that they're going to be. Because you're right. Aaron Rodgers isn't coming back to play his 79th season in the NFL if they're only winning 4 games. I'm a little bit more concerned about the schedule than you are, PJ. I mean, I think that the front half of the schedule is fairly doable. But this back half after the bye from weeks 10 on, I mean, it's, yeah, you have Carolina and Tennessee mixed in there as well, but division games against Cincinnati, you have Baltimore twice in that span. And then your non-division games are Philadelphia, Denver, Houston, and then at Jacksonville. And I would be less concerned about at Jacksonville if you weren't coming off of a 4-game stretch of Cincy, Philly, Denver, and Houston. Especially Denver and Houston back-to-back, those 2 defenses. Like, I think that stretch is just brutal. And maybe that still isn't enough for them to, not have success the rest of the season. And maybe they do lose 4 or 5 games in a row and they still win however many games. But I'm nervous about that back half of the season with how difficult that stretch is from week 10 to, I guess, 14 and then, 15 and then again in week 18.
You know what's funny about the Steelers, Kate? It feels like the last 3 or 4 years I've looked at their schedule, and it's kind of been the same that it is this year, where if they're going to make the playoffs or have a good season, they have to get off to a good start because then the losses are just coming in the back half of the year. And you mentioned the schedule, and it kind of feels the same way this year, where, again, early part of the season, they get Atlanta at home. They get Cleveland twice. They play the Saints overseas. They get the Colts at home. They get Tampa Bay on the road. Like there's some winnable games on that schedule. And I think there is a world where like the Steelers could go like 6-2 to open the year. I think that is like pretty much towards like the high variance thing, but it wouldn't stun me. Maybe they go 5-3, but to your point, then after that bye week, that stretch of Cincy, Philly, Denver, Houston, Jacksonville, Baltimore, they get the Ravens twice in the final 4 weeks to end the season. That's going to be tough. So yeah, I think again, like the Steelers could be a team, they could be a bet on team early on in the season when they have all those veteran players who are going to be the healthiest they're going to be all year. And again, like these guys know what the schedule is in the back half of the year and how you're probably going to lose some games. So you better make sure that you win early on in the season. So I'm glad we're kind of talking about Pittsburgh here because I already kind of liked them against Atlanta in week 1, but now I really liked them. But now I could see myself betting them, to maybe upset like New England or Cincinnati earlier in the year because that desperation of they know they got to win those games if, they want any shot at getting back to the playoffs.
Yeah, got to stack the wins early on in the season. We'll head over to another team in the AFC North. But first, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. If you want to join the show, call or text in. Love to hear your thoughts on anything we're talking about or anything that you want to talk about. You can call or text to 310-840-4910. PJ, your team, the Baltimore Ravens, pretty solid preseason showing yesterday. A little 24-7 win over Philadelphia. And the big talk of the town right now is the rookie Jacoby Lane, wide receiver. He had 3 catches, 38 yards, a touchdown. Pretty solid day for him. Overall, did you like what you saw from your Ravens yesterday?
I did. And Jacoby Lane, like you said, Kate, everybody will talk about him because he's had an unbelievable camp. People that have covered the Ravens for a long time have all said that they can't remember a rookie wide receiver ever doing this. And then you highlight it with a touchdown in the first preseason game. Pretty good. But also what stood out to me is I think Matthew Hibner might turn out to be tight end 1 by the end of the season. He would be somebody that I would be interested in. Like the Ravens do this every 5 or 6 years where they kind of have their guy at tight end. And then as he's aging and maybe another one left or whatever, and they don't want to pay those guys, they usually draft multiple tight ends in the same draft class, and that's what they did this year with Hibner, and then they got Joseph Cuevas out of Bama, and usually one of those guys emerges and becomes kind of the next tight end. And I think we can all agree Andrews is on the decline at this point in his career, and he hasn't looked great at camp so far. He didn't play last night. So, I wanted to see how the receivers were going to look last night, especially the Jacoby Lane, but I was also very interested to see what the tight ends would do. And Hibner had 5 catches for 61 yards. So that could maybe be a sneaky guy if you're in some dynasty leagues or, you got 16 people in your fantasy leagues, whatever it may be. That could be somebody to monitor on the waiver wire, could be Matthew Hibner, because the Ravens this season under Declan Doyle, Kate, they're going to run a lot of 2 tight end. They're going to be under center a lot. He's going to get a lot of looks in the play action game and the bootleg game. So he could be somebody very interesting this year. And Lamar throughout the years has loved throwing to his tight ends. So yeah, very pleased with Jacoby Lane. I think all the hype he's gotten so far, if he can stay healthy, I think he's going to be great. But I was also pleased out of what I saw out of the SMU tight end rookie Matthew Hibner as well.
Yeah, with Declan Doyle coming over from the Bears and Ben Johnson's coaching tree, obviously Johnson likes to use a lot of different multiple tight end sets. So Matthew Hibner, probably to your point, going to get some extra run here in Baltimore under Declan. The defense for the Ravens, PJ, can you break that down for us? Are they going to be improved or are we concerned?
Oh yeah, big time. The coaching is just night and day from what it was last year, Kate. Night and day. Not only do you bring over Jesse Minter, who did a great job going back to Michigan with Jim Harbaugh and then the last couple of years with the Chargers, but they also brought back Anthony Weaver, who was the defensive coordinator for the Dolphins last year, but he was with Mike McDonald when he was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens. So I think the coaching is it is night and day. It is way better. And that's what this team needed, because Zach Orr was just an absolute train wreck as defensive coordinator the last few years. He would have his moments at spades, but it just never, ever felt like the way it did under Mike McDonald. And I think Minter's going to do great. I love the fact that he's coaching the defense. Kate, way too many times, these coaches, whether they're an offensive guy or a defensive guy, when they end up becoming the head coach, they give the play calling duties to another coach. And it's the reason you got the head coaching gig was because you did such a good job as the OC or the DC, and now you're giving that away. And Minter talked about that in his press conferences. He's like, I got the job because I feel like I do a pretty good job calling the defense, so I'm not going to give that away. So I love the fact that he's doing that, and I would expect big improvements from this defense this year.
All right, so with Minter, no Harbaugh in Baltimore. Harbaugh's over in New York with the Giants. The John Harbaugh. And his quarterback yesterday was puzzled that he had to go to the medical tent, PJ, for a concussion. We're going to talk about that on the other side. Jackson Dart taking another hit and another trip to the blue tent. What's going on already in New York? We'll discuss next. BetMGM Game Day with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable. But is Tua fumbling the snap thanks to Fox 5 in Atlanta. Not the best day for the Falcons. Might be a tricky year for them. We'll see. It was a interesting day for the New York Giants, PJ, with Jackson Dart. Took a trip to the medical tent. Not ideal for a player that had 5 trips to the tent last year in his 10 games, had 1 concussion. So Jackson Dart takes a huge hit. It wasn't necessarily his fault. Tyrone Tracy missed a block. All of a sudden, Jackson Dart is on his back. And he was, there's an article on ESPN that said Jackson Dart, PJ, was puzzled as to why he had to go to the medical tent. I mean,
I saw that.
He might have hit his head a little too hard. He's puzzled. Now, granted, he said that he just got the wind knocked out of him, which I can believe that too. Like, I'm sure he got the wind knocked out of him in that one. But he said something like, at the same time, it's just every time I get hit, somehow I just find myself in the medical tent and I just don't really understand why. Obviously, I'm comparing that. But like the parallels between getting hit in the head and not understanding why you need to be checked out for a concussion, kind of humorous in a sense. Not humorous that he may have a concussion, but just come on, Jackson. You know why you're going to the medical tent.
I feel like Jackson Dart's turning into the next Tua before our very eyes. You know, Kate, like we do all these previews of all these different teams, and it was all those years where we would talk about Miami, and it was the Mike McDaniel offense and those receivers and Tua, and in theory, how great it would look. But the question was always, how many games was Tua going to play? And it feels like the Giants is the same thing, where you look at this roster and you look at them on paper and the new head coach and everybody's all excited and what they could look like. But at the end of the day, like, how many games do you trust Jackson Dart to play? Right. He's not playing all 17. I can promise you that. I don't even think he's playing 13 games this season. So yeah, I mean, he's just like, he's one of those guys that he's not going to change the way that he plays because it's just instinct. And even though the coaches are obviously drilling into his head, like, protect yourself and slide and run out of bounds. And again, yesterday, it wasn't even his fault. You know, the running back missed the blitzer who totally hit him from the blind side. Like, that's just football. So it wasn't his fault that he got hurt yesterday. But your best ability is availability. And there's a reason why it's like the same guys always get hurt and the same guys always stay healthy. Josh Allen's never missed a start in the NFL before. He's always played every game of his career. There's a reason Josh Allen is always out there. And there's a reason guys like Burrow always get hurt. And again, guys like Tua get hurt, and Jackson Dart, and why we're concerned this season for a guy like Jaden Daniels. So it's, I think it's going to be a tough year for the Giants. And honestly, Kate, I can't wait to watch it. Every week, the hate watch is going to be glorious for New York. Also, not only that, but Daniel Falele, who I had to watch the last couple of years with the Ravens, who they're starting at guard this year, just looked like a turnstile again yesterday. So it's going to be glorious. The fact that the New York sports market is going to experience this year, I can't wait. I can't wait.
So you were pleased with Harbaugh leaving. Like, you were not shedding tears on the way out.
Kate, I wanted him gone 2 years ago. I wanted him gone after they lost the AFC Championship game to Kansas City. I will always maintain the position that the Ravens had a Harbaugh problem. They didn't have like a Lamar Jackson problem. And I think they're really gonna find that out this year. And yesterday he lost a challenge and he did the face where he doesn't look like he knows where he's at, and he looks like a deer in headlights. And I did the Leo meme, Kate, where you just point at him and I'm like, I've seen that before. Oh, and it's not for my team. It's fantastic.
Okay. Now I know how to get you fired up, PJ. Just talk about Harbaugh and all the interesting things that he does. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so this Giants team, like, among the division, I think we can all agree that they're probably not going to be winning that division with the Cowboys, Eagles, and Commanders. I actually think there's a chance that the Cowboys could win the division. And you look at the Giants' schedule, it's not terrible, but it's also not great, right? You play the who do they have this year?
You get the NFC West.
NFC West.
Yeah.
All right, so it is a little terrible. You have Houston on the schedule. Obviously Arizona, Tennessee, New Orleans. Like those are all winnable games. But yeah, it's not great. So I think you're right. It could be a rough year for the New York Giants. Although every year feels like it's kind of a rough year for the Giants, at least the last however long I can remember.
And Kate, again, if we don't expect Jackson Dart to be healthy and probably missing multiple games, especially towards the end of the year, their schedule at the end, home San Francisco, at Seattle, home Cleveland, at Detroit, at Dallas, home Philadelphia. So have fun with that.
Good.
That's going to be tough.
Not good whatsoever. The Cowboys looked good yesterday. Again, it's the preseason. How much can we take away from that? But PJ, I'm kind of into the Cowboys. Like, talk me off of the Cowboys. We know their offense is going to be legit. Their defense, if their defense is anything better than last year, which it looks a little bit better than last year. Again, preseason, let's caveat that. But I kind of like the Cowboys to win this division. I kind of like the Cowboys to make the playoffs.
I do too.
You're scratching your head.
The problem is, though, because everybody's on Dallas, Kate. Everybody.
I know.
Everybody loves Dallas. And that's like one of the teams that, like, if everybody's on them, how can you like them? Because it's Dallas. You know, they just, I mean.
Especially because it's Dallas. Like, almost even more because it's Dallas.
One of my favorite trivia questions is, do you know the only NFC team since 2000 that has not made an NFC championship game?
Well, based on the topic that we're discussing, I'm going to go ahead and say Dallas.
It's the only team. Every other team in the NFC has made it to the NFC title game except the Cowboys since 2000. And again, I understand. On paper, Caleb Downs was my favorite player in the draft. I think he's a star. Quinnen Williams and all these guys they got on the D-line now for a full year, Kenny Clark, should be much improved. And offensively, like, I bet Dak to win MVP. I've loved Dak all these years. When people are down on him, I've always thought Dak was way better than he got credit for. Pickens and Lamb on the outside. I understand. We all are seeing the same thing of why to like Dallas this season. I've bet enough sports and I've watched enough sports to know when everybody's on the same team, especially a team like Dallas, it's when I want to run the other way. I can't. So I don't know. Like, they're such a hard team. I keep going back and forth on the Cowboys. But I don't know. They're just, Kate, it scares me. Everybody loves Dallas this season.
Well, it also is like, I mean, they're America's team. Everyone loves Dallas every year. I should say not everyone, but they're a popular team every single year because of the Dallas Cowboys. Now they're not only at that same popularity, but the betting public likes them. And so you add to that popularity. You're right. It is not ideal, but I just have this little like voice in my head saying, yeah, everyone's on them, but this time it's legit, PJ. This time it's for real. It's for real.
You know, sometimes it's a
bad voice to have in your head.
It is. Now let's, because there are two different conversations to have with Dallas. You can like them in the regular season. Like, you can like them to win the division. Mm-hmm. You can like them to go over their win total. You can like Dak to win MVP. All these things are regular season. And I'd be more inclined to go that way. Would you ever trust them? Like, would you ever bet a future on them to win the NFC? Would you ever bet a future on them to win the Super Bowl? You would never go that far.
No. I like them in the regular season. I think they win a ton of games. I think they go over their win total, which is like 10.5. Like, sure, you could get to 11 wins this year. And granted, their schedule is pretty tough. Not only play the division, you have Baltimore, you have Houston, you have the NFC West as well. Obviously, we just talked about the Giants, you know, them playing that division. That's kind of how it works. But it's not easy. And still, I think they could win a bunch of games. So I think regular season wise, I'm all in on the Cowboys. It's just postseason that scares me. And it scares me even more now with the stat that you just said that they're the only team that hasn't made an NFC championship since 2000. That's a tough place to be.
You know, it's funny, like when we're in like May, you know, when college basketball and the Masters are over, and then I kind of start to think about something else other than golf and college basketball. And I kind of start thinking about the NFL a little bit and what teams I might like. And then the draft rolls around. And when Dallas got Caleb Downs, I'm like, God, am I going to like the Cowboys this year? Because I knew I was going to like Dak. I knew I was always going to bet Dak to win MVP. But then when they got Caleb Downs on defense, I'm like, that's a game changer. But they've just been so popular this offseason. I don't know, Kate. They're so fascinating. This entire division is so fascinating this year.
That's going to be a fun one to kind of watch play out. The WNBA also been, can we say fun to watch play out? Question mark. But go over to BetMGM and players will receive a WNBA odds boost token. To use the token, add a WNBA wager to your bet slip. Activate that token. If you win your wager that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Again, the WNBA odds boost token over at BetMGM. Get in on that. Devin Witherspoon just got paid. We're going to power rank our top cornerbacks in the league on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on BetMGM Game Day. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon. We're here with you for the next 3 hours. Geez, 2 hours down already, PJ. 3 to go. Things are flying by here. We've got plenty to talk about. It's easy when the NFL is back, and we had preseason week 1, which means we have plenty of stuff to react to today. We also had a big signing over the weekend that we'll get to in just a second. But just a reminder, Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, and he's the host of Locked On Browns. He's going to join us about 20 minutes from now, 1:20 Eastern. We'll talk to him about what he saw from Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and what we can expect from the Browns this upcoming season. But as we do each week here, PJ Glasser, Kate Constable joining you, is we power rank things. And we kind of make our categories based on stuff that's happened across sports. And Seahawks just gave a massive extension, 4 years, $132 million extension to Devon Witherspoon, 3-time Pro Bowl cornerback. PJ, they gave him a 4-year extension instead of a 5-year out of respect for Jaden Daniels. 4 years, $132 million, though. We were just talking about all the Jaden Daniels memes in the break, which we will touch on that whole saga a little bit later on in the show, because that's just a mess and a terrible look for Daniels, in my opinion. But with Witherspoon signing that 4-year extension, he becomes the highest paid corner in the league. We're going to power rank our top cornerbacks in the league. 1 through 5, actually 5 through 1. 1 being the best, obviously. We'll start at 5. And PJ, I will let you start us off. Kick things off with your top 5 cornerbacks.
Let's do it. Well, we'll go 5 to 1 as always, and I'll start with the man who just got paid, who you were talking about. I'll take Devon Witherspoon as the 5th best corner in the NFL. Seattle, one of the top defenses in the league. Mike McDonald, maybe the best defensive mind that we have in the NFL. If he felt like Devon Witherspoon was worth that kind of money, and that front office led by John Schneider, that's one of the best in the NFL, they're no strangers to good corners with the Legion of Boom. They know what a good corner looks like and good secondary pieces. If they feel like Witherspoon is that good, which he is, good enough for me. Got to put him in the top 5, so I'll go Devon Witherspoon at 5. Number 4 for me, I'll still go with Sauce Gardner. I still think he's one of the top corners in football. I don't know if he was necessarily worth the draft capital that Indianapolis gave up for him, but I think because he was on the Jets and how bad and disappointing they were those years with Rodgers, and because he's been banged up with injury, like, people still don't remember how good this guy is when he's healthy and how teams really just don't throw his way very much. I'd expect a good year out of Sauce, being in Indianapolis for a full year, being fully healthy, and Lou Anarumo coaching that defense, which I like a lot. I think Sauce is going to be good, so I'll put him at number 4. Quinyon Mitchell, he's a stud. Number 3 for Philadelphia. I mean, what a draft the Eagles had when they got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean with their first 2 picks a couple of years ago. Mitchell was a first-round corner out of Toledo for a reason, because all the scouts and all the people that covered the draft knew he had all the intangibles to be great, and he certainly is that. So the Eagles, another team with one of the top defenses in the NFL, led by Quinyon Mitchell. I'll put him at number 3. Number 2, Derek Stingley Jr. for me, for the Houston Texans. We all know how great that Texans defense is, and it's because they do it at all 3 levels, and it's because they have a shutdown corner in Derek Stingley. It's funny, Kate, you know, his college career, he breaks out onto the scene as a freshman at LSU and is unbelievable. There's talks that maybe when he's eligible to go pro, like, he could be the number 1 overall pick. Then he kind of has a disappointing sophomore year, junior year. He's kind of okay, but he was still taken high in the draft, and for good reason. You know, that guy that we saw freshman year in Baton Rouge, he's turned out to be an incredible pro player, one of the best corners in the NFL. So I'll go Stingley at 2. And then the only corner, Kate, that has won Defensive Player of the Year, I feel like you got to put him at number 1. So Pat Surtain still at the top of the board for me, still the best corner in football. When he's right and he's healthy, there's no one better in the game. So my top 5, Devon Witherspoon 5, Sauce Gardner 4, Quinyon Mitchell 3, Derek Stingley 2, and I'll put Pat Surtain as the best cornerback in the NFL.
All right, PJ, I like it. I have several of those on my list as well, just in a little bit different order. So I will start. I will go, make sure I got my order correct here, what I sent Max. I will go number 5. I will go Quinyon Mitchell. You had him a little bit higher up. I have him at 5, all pro after 2 seasons. I mean, you mentioned with Cooper DeJean, the corners for the Eagles. I think DeJean was a honorable mention on my list as one of the best slot corners. I mean, he is not allowed a touchdown from the slot through 2 seasons, so he is honorable mention. But I have Quinyon Mitchell as my number 5. Just coverage, pass prevention, all of that stuff. I think he is, and breakups too. One of the better out there. So I'll go him number 5. I will go number 4. I'm going to go Christian Gonzalez. Man coverage, I mean, he is great in man. He has the speed. He has the length. Last postseason, 14 completions allowed on 36 targets. That's under 40% completion rate, which is the lowest by a defender in the postseason since with 25 targets throughout the postseason since 2018, which is a pretty good mark. My number 3, I am going to go with Derek Stingley. You had him at 2. I put him at 3. His stats over the last couple of years, incredible. One of the shutdown corners in the league, obviously. I think what he's done in terms of his completion percentage allowed, the number of interceptions he has, the takeaways, that type of stuff. I think that's one of the main reasons he's obviously one of the best at his position. Number 2, I'm going to go with the guy that just got paid. You had him a little bit deeper on your list, but Devin Witherspoon, one of the best all-around defensive backs here. I mean, he can play outside, he can play safety, he can blitz, he can play the nickel, all sorts of things. So for his ability to maneuver around the field or play multiple positions is why I have him a little bit higher at number 2. And then I can't disagree with you at all, PJ, on number 1. I mean, Surtain, I think he's the best. Shutdown guy. You're not getting anything past him. Like almost to the point of if you're betting on a receiver that's playing the Broncos that week, you just take the under on him because he's not catching anything. Or you bet the opposing receiver to have the majority of the targets and yards in that game because you know that the quarterback is going against wherever Surtain is on the field that any given week. So I'm going to go Surtain number 1. I have 5, Quinyon Mitchell, 4, Christian Gonzalez, 3, Derek Stingley, 2, Devin Witherspoon, and number 1, Patrick Surtain. So I left Sauce off my list. He's dealt with injuries, right? Like I still think he's a great corner. But he's dealt with some injuries over the last couple of years and so hasn't been quite at his peak. I think other players that you could have put on there, I mentioned Cooper DeJean, Trent McDuffie. I feel like we kind of forget a little bit about Trent McDuffie coming over to the Rams from the Chiefs. Like he's still someone that I think you could have in a top 10 if we were doing top 10 corners. So there are other guys out there as well. But for the most part, pretty similar lists.
Pretty similar list. Yeah, Gonzalez was the only one that you had that I didn't have. I think he's a really good corner. I don't think he impacts the game as much as the other 5 guys do. And, you know, he's been in and out of the lineup for New England the last few years. And when Gonzalez was the corner for when he was on the injured list, I don't feel like he was as much of a difference maker as some of the other teams. So, I left him off my list, but he was certainly right there in consideration.
Interesting.
Like
let's address the elephant in the room here. We got some music going on.
We do.
The word on the street is, though, PJ, that Christian Gonzalez will likely be the next man paid. Do you think he's worthy of getting paid? And is he going to get paid more than Witherspoon did? Like, I know everyone who gets paid just thought it was like you just kind of reset the market regardless of what position it is. So is he going to reset the market when he gets paid?
I mean, that's how these things usually work. And again, since most people feel like he is probably a top 5 corner in football, I would say, yeah. I don't know if he's going to get more total money than Witherspoon, but per year, I think there's a good chance. Because again, that's just how these things work. You know, if guys are comparable at their position, they see what one guy gets paid, they go to the team and they say, I want a little bit more than that. And it usually happens. So yeah, I would say Gonzalez probably going to end up resetting the market.
I forgot that Witherspoon, going back to him, they acquired, I mean, the Seahawks drafted, but they acquired that pick from the Broncos in the Russell Wilson trade. So imagine if the Broncos had Witherspoon and Surtain, how good that defense would be. Like, I mean, the Broncos defense is already unbelievable as is, probably the best, arguably the best in the league. If you had both of those guys on your back end, like that would be pretty incredible.
It's always fun to play those games, right? When that kind of stuff happens, and imagine if this guy was on this team or he played for that, and it just never ends up working that way, where secondary can never have 2 guys that are that good. But that is pretty crazy. And that Russell Wilson trade is the gift that keeps on giving for the Seattle Seahawks.
It really is. With Surtain being the best, having one defensive player of the year, the only one on those lists, like any shot that you would take him again to win defensive player of the year? I know he didn't win last year. It was 2 years ago, and there aren't many defensive backs that win. I want to say Sauce Gardner won, or was that a defensive rookie of the year that when he won
Rookie
it?
of the year.
Because it's very rare. It's kind of has to be like a down pass rush type year in order for a DB to win defensive rookie of the year. And in the year that Surtain won, I think it was some sort of a down year, just in terms of a lot of those top edge rushers getting injured or not playing quite as many games or snaps. And so all of a sudden their sack stats weren't, what typically would win you that type of award.
I think, corners always have chances if they get the interceptions to go with it. So Pat Surtain is the highest corner on the list for defensive player of the year, but he's all the way down at 50-1. As we know, it's usually a pass rusher award, especially now with the extra game and how there are just certain numbers in sports, when a hitter has a certain average or they hit a certain amount of home runs, or a pitcher has a certain number of strikeouts or they win a certain number of games. Like if you get over 20 sacks as a defensive end, unless you get a corner that's getting like double-digit interceptions or close to it, it's going to be pretty tough to win the award. And that's why, again, it's, like Myles Garrett, Will Anderson, Aiden Hutchinson, Max Crosby, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Brian Burns. Like these are all the names at the top of the list. So I wouldn't, 50-1 is intriguing on Surtain. But if you're going to bet a corner, I would probably go with the guy who's a little more opportunistic. Like I maybe think Derek Stingley at 80-1 could be interesting. Mm-hmm. Somebody we didn't have on our list, but usually is a really good ball hawk, is J.C. Horn for Carolina. Yeah. He's also at 80-1. Those are the guys that I would probably look at. If I were to bet a corner to win defensive player of the year, I would say Horn would be at the top of my list, and then probably Stingley would be another guy.
Even just looking at the DPOI list, like, can you take Max Crosby off of that just for potential injury concern? Can you take Nick Bosa off of that for the same deal? Maybe even Aiden Hutchinson, like, yeah, Myles Garrett and Will Anderson being at top of the list, like I could see that. And I think those other names deserve to be up on the list. But like, if we're talking betting, I'm not comfortable betting Crosby or Bosa. Like I would even look further down the board at like Nick Bonito or Brian Burns, someone like that to win before I would bet some of those at Crosby at plus 850, decent price, but not for the injury concerns, especially being your team is the one that PJ traded for him and then was like, nope, you're too hurt, not gonna make it this year. So I can't bet on guys like that, and certainly not Bosa, who can't really stay on the field.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because I was kind of looking at Trey Hendrickson down the board for the Ravens at 30-1. And like Trey Hendrickson, you kind of forget that he's on the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like there hasn't been any talk about that at all, but he's a sack rushing. I mean, that's his specialty. And on a team like Baltimore that usually always plays in the lead, and now you have such an upgrade in coaching with Minter and with Anthony Weaver. And the Ravens really have not had an elite pass rusher at all since like Terrell Suggs. He's kind of intriguing at 30-1, to be honest, is Hendrickson. And then he has the whole narrative around him, right? Like he stays in the division. He's part of the Crosby deal. So I think he's a little interesting. But at the end of the day, like this is one of those awards where sometimes you do get some surprises. It's normally the superstars, though. You know, it's normally the Myles Garretts. It's normally the Will Andersons. It's the Micah Parsons when he's healthy. It's the TJ Watts. So Garrett's the favorite for good reason. And especially if Aaron Donald comes back and, you know, he gets all those one-on-ones, like good luck. That would
look out.
That guy would probably end up winning the award if he stays healthy.
Yep. That's a good call there. I like the Hendrickson though. I mean, 17.5 sacks in 23 and 24. Obviously only played 7 games last year, so that sack number was down, but production is certainly there. All right. So we're going to take a quick break. Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan and Locked On Browns joins us on the other side. We'll get his take on what he saw in yesterday's preseason game. More to come. BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Well, apparently, according to Shedeur Sanders, it was the right decision. Ball just slipped. That Sanders talking about his pick in yesterday's game against the Bears. Browns got on the board early. Bears came storming back 24 unanswered yesterday. It's the preseason, people. Let's not overreact one way or the other. But Shedeur Sanders did get some reps in the second half. Deshaun Watson got the start yesterday for the Browns. One of the few actual quarterback battles going on in the preseason right now is on the Cleveland Browns. And so, PJ, to get a little bit more insight on what's going on there, what we can expect and what we can, I guess, expect from the Browns as a whole this year with the new head coach, we bring in Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. He's also the host of Locked On Browns. Spencer, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. I'm sure you were very busy yesterday with the game. What did you see from Deshaun Watson that I guess made you think one way or the other as to if he should be the starter or not?
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me on. I think for Deshaun, what was noticeable yesterday was first and foremost, like the bar I think is extremely low for him already, just given what we know about his time in Cleveland. The performances just haven't been there. I think that the ship has sailed on him, I think, returning ever to the guy he was in 2020, and he's even kind of talked about that a little bit of late. So, I don't know that that's really in the cards. And I think people kind of went into that game expecting – I think some expected to see what we saw. I kind of had even lower expectations because the last time we saw him, it was a lot of dirted footballs and an offense that really couldn't even move up and down the field. So the fact that he was able to go out and conduct the offense with some confidence, at least early on, put together 2 scoring drives. There was the 1st and 25 situation where they got backed up, and he found a way out of that and completed, 4 passes in a row and 5 over the course of 5 plays. There were some positive signs early. And then I think as the pressure ramped up a little bit, as it was, the first team O-line kind of got out of there and it was the second teamers and he felt a little bit more pressure in the pocket, I think you saw him getting too happy with his feet and not feeling as comfortable and just not making the same plays as confidently. So, I honestly thought there was some encouraging signs from that standpoint for Deshaun, but I also don't know that his performance is blowing anybody away. His air yards in the game were like he averaged 4.4 air yards per attempt, so it's not like he was pushing the ball down the field very much. And so there's still certainly more to see. And the week ahead for both these quarterbacks is going to be a massive one because I think by this time next week, we'll have a pretty good sense of who Todd Monken's choosing as the quarterback.
Spencer, do you think there's any chance we see Taylon Green, the rookie out of Arkansas, at all? Because he is an unbelievable athlete. He is ridiculously fast. And, depending on who the quarterback ends up being, I just wonder if Monken at any point this season runs like some gadget plays with him or something to give defenses different looks. He didn't play against the Bears, and obviously they're still trying to figure out who the quarterback is. Do you expect us to see Green at all during the preseason?
I love that you went right to Taylon Green. We just skipped past Shedeur Sanders to Taylon Green. I love it.
I'm a sicko, Spencer.
Yes,
sir.
I'm excited to maybe see some Taylon Green at some point this preseason as well because we haven't had a chance to see a lot of him at camp. Even it's been mostly for him. He's kind of been stuck more like just doing individual stuff, throwing to receivers and like one-on-one drills, but he hasn't necessarily done a lot when it came to like team stuff, and understandably so. Like they're in the middle of a quarterback competition, so they're trying to give most of those reps to the 2 guys who are vying for the starting job. But I don't know that we're going to see him next week in the Bills game necessarily. Todd Monken's kind of laid out his plan already for what that's going to look like. We know Shedeur will make the start the same way Deshaun did yesterday. Deshaun will play the 3rd quarter, and he said that Dylan Gabriel will play the 4th quarter next week. So basically just flipping the first 2 guys next week. Now maybe he could change his mind. Todd Monken has already shown that he has the ability to do that. So we'll see. But I think ultimately like that 3rd preseason game might be Taylon Green's chance to sort of show us something and potentially try to see where he stands on this roster because as things stand right now, I don't know. Like, I went into training camp thinking Dylan Gabriel was probably the odd man out. Now I kind of wonder if they might try to keep Dylan Gabriel as the third string and maybe sneak Taylor Green onto the practice squad, that type of scenario. So we'll see. And I think part of that would be for the reason you laid out. Like, we haven't seen him used in any gadget-type plays yet. They've been really emphasizing they wanted to learn one position before they try to make him learn more. But I do think there's, at some point this season, assuming he's on the roster in some capacity, whether it's a practice squad or he makes the 53, I think there's some valuable possibilities with him as that gadget player where you just try to get him the ball and see what he can do with it.
Spencer, I'm not quite as big of a sicko as PJ, so I'm going to go back to the Shedeur conversation here. Well, just very simply put, what did you see from Shedeur and like expectations in terms of where he stands in this quarterback competition?
Yeah, I think most people walked away feeling like we saw Shedeur, a lot of what we saw last year from Shedeur in terms of the results. You know, he had the pick, which he explained afterwards was it was a ball that kind of slipped out of his hand a little bit. And, you know, I think that it was the right read for what it's worth. Like, the play design was made to get that route open, and he knew where he was supposed to go with the football. If you watch the replay back, there was some pressure in his face, and yeah, the ball might have just come out a little bit hot, and sometimes that happens. So, again, you don't want to see those plays. It was a bad throw, admittedly, but I did think, like, he you know, explained it fairly understandably how we could all kind of wrap our heads around it. There was the fumbled snap, which sometimes that's a communication thing with the center. And so, yeah, there was certainly some bad in there, and I think there was some bad last year with Shedeur. There was also some positive signs. He clearly is the one quarterback that still gives the Browns the best chance to push the ball down the field, which is something Deshaun didn't really do yesterday. And there were some throws that, you know, similar to last year, made you feel, hey, there's something in there. Can he do that more often? And I think that's the big thing he's trying to sort of prove is, can he do that more often? I will say this, you know, one of the things that I think he deserves a ton of credit for is the fact that he has put in a lot of work on trying to improve his footwork, trying to improve his pocket presence. And I do think you saw that yesterday. If you watched Shedeur Sanders at all last year and coming out of college, one of the worst habits he had was that he would drift back in the pocket a lot when he felt pressure. And yesterday you saw him stepping up. You saw him resetting his feet to throw. You saw him standing in the pocket with pressure bearing down on him and making some confident throws. So I think there were some encouraging signs from that standpoint. Does that mean he's totally fixed and he's Peyton Manning now and he's going to be the Browns franchise quarterback? I don't necessarily think so. I think there's a small percentage that could happen, but I think we need to see more still. But yeah, there were certainly some encouraging signs. And like Deshaun, this week is going to be massive for him if he has any hope of winning this job and maybe being the Browns franchise quarterback and sort of proving that those improvements that he's made are enough to be a viable starter in this league and that he can win this job. So we'll see how it all shakes out. I think there's positive signs for both quarterbacks. I think there were certainly some bad and some, hey, this is what we expected. And so I don't think anyone's opinions have changed at this point on like how this thing looks and how these quarterbacks look and what the future holds at that position. But it's up to them to sort of prove us otherwise. And this week's going to be a big one to do that.
Spencer, there are two players on the Browns offense that really intrigue me this year, heading into their second year. Quinshawn Judkins, the running back, Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end. Which of those players would you expect to really have a strong sophomore season? Would you lean more with Judkins or with Fannin?
Ooh, I wish I could pick both because I think, to your point, both are really exciting players and both have really solid rookie years. I guess I would anticipate to a degree that Fannin maybe sees more of a drop-off, not because I think he's going to have like a sophomore slump or something like that, but just because there's more mouths to feed now in this offense. Like last year, he was the only real threat that emerged in the passing game in any capacity. And, you know, there was some comfort there especially when Shedeur took over and getting him the football. Now I think, and we saw it yesterday with Casey Concepcion out there, he's going to eat in, I'm sure, to some of Harold Fannin's usage. With Denzel Boston out there, he's going to eat into some of that usage. They're going to want to run the football a lot. We know that's a staple of Todd Monken's offense. So I think there's maybe a little less work for Harold Fannin in that regard. But I think if Harold Fannin proves me wrong here and goes out and has this tremendous season, I wouldn't be surprised by that in the least because he is a fantastic football player. So if I had to pick one, I would say maybe Quinshawn, and I think it goes back to what I kind of said there. Todd Monken is a run-first guy. He talked all offseason about fixing the offensive line being the most important thing because that's where offensive football starts, is in the trenches. And I think there's going to be a heavy emphasis on trying to get him the football, run the football, use different looks, whether it's an insert look with a fullback, whether it's power runs, whether it's zone runs. They've been mixing and matching a lot of that stuff at camp so far, so I'm sure there's going to be some of that worked in. And so I would anticipate that. I will say, though, yesterday was a little discouraging in terms of the ability to run the football, especially with that first group that was out there on the offensive line. And so I think we still have to see more. A lot of Quinshon's success last year came after contact, with him kind of creating without much room to do so. And so I think there's some pressure on this offensive line to get themselves kind of organized, get on the right page, or get on the same page, I should say, and figure this out, because yesterday didn't necessarily feel like what I think people were hoping for, a little bit more from their ability to run the football, and it just wasn't there quite yet yesterday.
We're talking with Spencer German. He's host of Locked On Browns podcast. You can also hear him on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressive.com. Spencer, what does the post-Myles Garrett era look like for the Browns, and especially with Jared Verse kind of coming in and taking over that spot?
Yeah, I love this because on a team that has a lot of unanswered questions, especially as far as, there's a lot of young players on this team, a lot of rookies on this team that we're trying to get answers to. I do actually think, like, after the quarterback position, the next big question is in everybody's face is like, well, what is this defense going to look like without Myles? Can Jared Verse, how much can Jared Verse make up for Myles' absence in terms of production? And he's been very adamant, he isn't here to fill Myles Garrett's shoes. And I think that's the right approach to take, right? He's still setting the bar high. He still has high expectations for himself. He's a talker. So he's been out there certainly chirping at guys, and he's been setting a pretty high standard for himself and explaining a lot of what his goals are. And they're lofty, but I think that's a good thing. But I also think it'd be irresponsible for Browns fans to expect Jared Verse to just replicate everything Myles Garrett did. He's not setting a sack record, I don't think, this year. He's a young player, still kind of coming into his own, but that's obviously very talented. And he may never be as good as Myles Garrett, because Myles Garrett's a generational talent, but I still think he's going to be really good. And so my feeling as far as him fitting into this defense and what it means for the defense is that I do anticipate at least somewhat of a step back. And in this defense, 2 of the last 3 years was one of the top 2 to 3 defenses in football, in my opinion, based on, and depending on what numbers you look at, that's proven, just based on their ability to stop teams, limit the points, all those things. They weren't always the best turnover creating teams, but they always found ways to keep their teams in it. And with the offense as bad as it's been the last couple of years, they were a big reason why they even won 3 games the previous year and 5 games last year, was because the defense gave them a chance. And so I think there's going to be a step back. I don't think, though, that it has to be so drastic that we're talking about this defense is like a bottom 10 defense in football, or that they're like the 20th best defense in football. I've kind of put it somewhere in the range of 10 to 12, if they fall back a little bit, and that's understandable because, again, Myles Garrett's not there, new defensive coordinator, first-time defensive coordinator. So there's a lot of factors that go into that, but I still think they have a chance to be productive, strong, still complement the offense. And the biggest thing is, if the defense does take a little bit of a step back, but the offense takes a step forward, you might find this nice balance where they can maybe work a little bit better together and function a little bit better together, and then potentially win more games than people are maybe anticipating. That's the biggest key, though. So I am expecting a step back, but I don't think it has to be so drastic that they become like a bottom defense in the NFL.
Spencer, I just have a generic question about Cleveland that I'm interested to hear your response in. And that is, if this franchise were to ever get a top 5 quarterback in the league, or an MVP quarterback, or even wins them a Super Bowl, do you think that quarterback would surpass LeBron and what he was in his peak in the city of Cleveland?
Honestly, yes. Because
okay.
I mean, you got me really thinking now, so I appreciate this question. Here's the thing: obviously, Cleveland still largely loves LeBron, and the championship he brought here to end the drought and all that, like, that will never be forgotten. And it's a moment that is held in such high esteem. I also think, though, like, there's plenty of fans here who, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's the majority, but there's plenty of fans here who don't necessarily love LeBron as much as some do, because the fact that he left twice, and then you throw in this summer and everything that kind of went down this summer, and it felt like he might be coming back, and he spurned Cleveland again, and it feels kind of just very transactional with him, that relationship. So I think that that's enough to, you know, at least leave some doubt in people's minds. I think they still appreciate him and love him, and he certainly is the biggest athlete that Cleveland will ever claim up until the maybe the point they get that quarterback that you referenced. But if that guy were to come here, if they were to win a Super Bowl, we always say it here in Cleveland, like, this is a football town first. So, you know, that person would be celebrated, build the statue, all that stuff, and lauded for years to come. You know, Bernie Kosar still walks around town and is still, you know, frequent in the media, and he's, you know, the last great quarterback Browns fans really feel like they've ever had. And he's still held it in high esteem, despite the fact that he never won a championship here. So with it being a Browns town and all that in mind, I definitely think if a quarterback came here and won a championship, it would be like the ultimate celebrity that you could ask for. And I do think that person would surpass LeBron James.
Great question, PJ. That's very interesting.
Thank you.
I don't disagree with you, Spencer. What did you think, just real quick, and then we'll let you go, of the Cavs schedule release this year? No opening night, no Christmas Day. I mean, Cleveland had a great year last year, yet kind of not totally rewarded with all that many nationally televised games.
Yeah, it was. I thought what was interesting, first of all, was that they have so many of these, like, games that would be considered like big games in the early stretch of the schedule. You know, they play the Knicks like 4 times before Christmas. They play the 76ers super early and then play them again like a couple weeks later when LeBron comes home. They play the Thunder like back to back, like at like a home and home in a couple day span. So I kind of find that interesting, because early in the season, I don't know that we get like a good read on any of these teams. In the last couple of years, the Cavs have had so many injuries early in the season that I think people are going to treat those games as barometers that maybe they aren't, because, you know, you want your team to be playing better like February, March, April. So we'll see. But yeah, listen, the East is more of a gauntlet this year. We know that for sure. It's not going to be quite as easy as last year. You know, I think expectations are going to be a little bit lower, especially given that they haven't really done much this offseason, but that could change soon. So we'll see. But listen, like this team still has an opportunity. I think there still is a championship window here in their estimation. They still have a really good team. Like, LeBron didn't come back, but you know, I think they're in a better place than they were the other times LeBron didn't choose Cleveland or left Cleveland. So I still think that people are going to be excited about this season when push comes to shove. It's just maybe some tempered expectations after how things have kind of played out this offseason.
Spencer, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy preseason week 2. And we will have you back on, chat with you again as the season moves on.
Absolutely, guys. Appreciate you having me. Thanks.
That is Spencer German, host of Locked On Browns. Interesting stuff, PJ. Like LeBron James. I was almost thinking in my head, like, what would happen if Caleb Williams leads the Bears to a Super Bowl? Does he surpass MJ at all? Like, I don't know.
Ooh,
The Bears are number 1, but like
so.
MJ's MJ. Like, you can't be.
Yeah.
Right? That's
think
a little different than LeBron in Cleveland, just because LeBron, like, MJ played for the Bulls only, right? I guess, sure, the Wizards, but that's, you know, different.
You're right. If Caleb got to like top 5 quarterback of all time status, then I think you maybe have an argument, you know? But I just think if he kind of like wins a Super Bowl and maybe he's like, you know, I don't know, 3rd ballot Hall of Famer. I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, you know, Spencer was awesome. And I'm sure this poor guy has been talking about nauseum at, you know, Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. So I try to throw some different stuff at him. I don't think he thought he'd be talking about Taylor Green today, or if the Browns Super Bowl quarterback would be bigger than LeBron, but figure what not. And I agree with him And I agree with you, too. I mean, look, LeBron is from the area. He delivered on his promise to win him a title. But the Browns have been so bad for so long. And they've had so many quarterbacks the last 30 years. If that guy, if they have a quarterback that wins the Super Bowl, Kate, I think he'd be God in that city, like truly. So I think he would surpass LeBron. I truly do.
I mean, that's the type of questions. That's the stuff you get here on BetMGM Game Day, PJ, right? We don't throw out, I throw out the mundane. You throw out the interesting ones. That's, we get a little give and take there. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we'll check in on what's going on the PGA Tour right now. A FedEx St. Jude Championship. Scotty Scheffler tees off now, 3 minutes ago, according to the tee times here. So we'll take a quick peek on what's going on there. Coming your way next. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively at BetMGM. Here's how it works. Play as the batter, and you can select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. Pretty simple. You could win $50 in bonus bets, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same game parlay boost token. Head over to BetMGM and get in on that. PJ, golf going on right now. Big tournament, FedEx St. Jude Championship. Scotty Scheffler teeing off pretty much as we speak here. 2-stroke lead. You've got two guys right behind him, 11 under, but it feels like, I mean, essentially this is Scotty's tournament to lose based on how he's been playing so far in the two-stroke lead he has going into Sunday.
Yeah, no doubt. It's almost like Scotty Scheffler told himself that, like, oh, I actually have to do really well this week, like to win a golf tournament to, make sure I'm in good form to try and win the $20 million that comes with the FedEx Cup. He shot a 9 under on Friday to put himself in good position. Sam Burns would be the guy that I would keep an eye out, though, who starts the day 2 shots back. He parred the first hole. He shot an 8 under yesterday, and Burns has been playing some really good golf. He's one of the best putters in the world. His ball striking's been very good, and he's been putting himself in contention in a lot of these tournaments to be right there. So Scotty probably ends up winning today. He's certainly the big favorite to do so, but I think Sam Burns is going to give him a run for his money there towards the end.
This is based on Scotty's previous couple of years. Like, we haven't seen this strong of play of Scotty this year. Yesterday, he had 2 doubles, but otherwise 4 birdies, played pretty well. His second round, you mentioned the 9 under, he birdied his first 5 holes in the second round. That's like what we expect from Scotty Scheffler.
He's been right there. He's got 5 runner-up finishes this season. Ew. On top of that, he's got another 4 top 5 finishes. So again, because he's the closest thing we've really seen since Tiger, it's weird to only see him win one event, but he's come as close as you possibly can. I think what's surprising too, Kate, is the fact that he just hasn't won a major this year. Mm-hmm. Again, being in such good form. And you look at all the majors, he was second at the Masters. He was tied for 14th at the PGA, tied for 4th at the US Open, and then tied for 4th at the Open Championship. So he finished top 5 in 3 of the 4 events. He's been right there, but the only tournament he's won this season was in January. The guy is more than due. And with the 2-shot lead going into today, I think he's put himself in pretty good shape to win that second golf tournament of the year. But we'll see. Again, maybe he's just, it just hasn't been his year. He's just struggling to finish. Maybe somebody can catch him. That'd certainly be the case. But, he's still number 1 in the world. He's the best golfer on planet Earth. And he's just eventually, he's going to win another one here at some point.
Yeah. And still a little bit of season left. Won the FedEx Cup back in 2024. Tommy Fleetwood won last year. No, I'm sorry. Justin Rose won last year. FedEx Cup champion was Tommy Fleetwood. Do I have
Correct.
That right?
Yep. Yeah, Tommy won it last year. That's the only PGA Tour event that he's ever won, was the Tour Championships. That's a pretty good one to win.
Wow, that is a pretty good one to win. Every time I think of, yeah, it's not too bad. Every time I think of Tommy Fleetwood, I just think of, I'm trying me hottest. Trying me hottest.
I love when they call him Tommy Lad.
It's still the cutest meme, whatever you want to call it, interview out there of Tommy Fleetwood's kid. All right. Good performance. I'm not going to call it a cute performance. That's just a terrible transition, but a good performance from some Arizona Cardinals players. We'll talk about that next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Thanks for joining us here on BetMGM Game Day. He's PJ Glasser. I am Kate Constable. We are cruising through the afternoon right now with all sorts of NFL reaction to what we saw in the preseason. Also just talked a little PGA with the golf going on right now. Scotty Scheffler teeing off here. His tee time was, 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. So he's probably underway now as we speak. We're going to draft coming up in 20 minutes. That's something we do each week on the show. We pick a topic and we all draft, do a little draft board for that specific topic. This week with the Bills' new stadium, fans taking the first look at that, we're going to draft the best stadiums across all of sports, not just the NFL. So that's coming up about 20 minutes from now. Grant and Zach from behind the scenes, our producers, will join us to do that. PJ, the Hall of Fame game was the first look at football for the 2026 season that we got. Carson Beck was pretty dang good in that game. 14 of 16, 101 yards, 2 touchdowns. I mean, for all the quarterback controversy, I suppose you could call it with Arizona, with Jacoby Brissett, wanting that new contract, eventually got it. So signed there. But Carson Beck, there's talk of when will he play this season? Will he play this season? Could he start? He made a pretty good name for himself. Not too shabby. And then Jeremiah Love against the Raiders, 11 carries for 58 yards. So the Cardinals, I don't really want to go ahead and say like an awesome start or a lot to look forward to this season, but small pieces to build off of is maybe the better way of putting it.
Again, Kate, like we talked about earlier with the Browns, that for a last place team, their schedule is pretty like last place. Like you look at that and you're like, okay, that should be what. Have you seen the Cardinals schedule?
It's not easy.
We know they play in the NFC West, so they got to play Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams 6 times. That's not easy. On top of that, at the Chargers, home against the Lions, home against Denver, at Kansas City, home against Philly. I mean, they're like playing all the top teams in football. I feel bad for Arizona, man. It's going to be a long season. That's why I don't know if you can necessarily judge the progress on this team on wins and losses, but I kind of think they're going to be pretty fun. Whether it ends up being Brissett or it ends up being Beck, I think this is going to be a good over team. And Jeremiah Love, from what we saw out of him in preseason, oh my God, Kate, it's like watching a young Adrian Peterson. The way he moves, it's, oh man, you just hope he stays healthy because he is going to be so good. So yeah, I think Arizona could be like one of those like teams that's like bad from a win-loss standpoint, but is actually like super fun. Like they're like the red zone team. They're the fun team, that everybody loves betting the overs and stuff like that. And again, like they could be a good bet against the spread because with all those teams I rattled off, I mean, they're going to be a double-digit dog in a lot of games this year. But with the NFL being what it is and any given Sunday, and maybe some of these teams taking it easy, and maybe they have a little bit of a letdown, like the Cardinals are going to go out there every week and battle, while some of these other teams might just be going through the motions a little bit.
Right.
So kind of like the Browns, I think they could be a fun team to bet on week to week. I think overs could be a good way to bet them as well. I think Jeremiah Love's going to be awesome. Brissett probably ends up starting the season. And then, if he's not playing great or they're just losing games, I think they're going to see what they have in Carson Beck. How can you not? Again, if you're one of these teams with the quarterback draft class being so good next year, you got to see what you have in these young guys. You got to see what you have in Shador. You got to see what you have in Mendoza. Oh, well, we know Mendoza is obviously the guy for the future, but you got to see what you have in Carson Beck. So I think he takes over at some point, but I would think it's probably Brissett to start the season.
Yeah, I would think Beck comes in, like you said, at some point earlier than later, because if you're Arizona, like we just mentioned, I mean, their schedule is extremely difficult. Their win total is 3.5 games. You're not going to be winning a whole lot, which means you're probably going to be drafting pretty high next year. And with a quarterback heavy draft, you need to know what you have in Carson Beck, most importantly, because you did just draft him. Because if you need to move on and draft another quarterback this upcoming draft, you gotta have a good sample size from Carson Beck. So I think, Brissett's going to start. I think Beck comes in fairly early on in the season. But I also don't disagree with you in that they could be fun. Jeremiah Love, let's hope this. He's out right now with foot soreness. Let's hope all it is just soreness because we want to see him on the field this year. But you have Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's hope he can live up to the billing of his name and his stature coming into the league. It's been a little bit down the first couple seasons, but Trey McBride is also a fun player, and he can score you plenty of points on offense. So they were an overs team last year, PJ. I think you're right in that they're going to be an overs team this year, especially I'm not all that impressed with their defense. So I imagine they're going to allow plenty of points on the board. But I think Carson Beck, by week 4, if you're not winning games, and let's be real, I am not betting on, I guess maybe going to New York in week 4 might be the closest thing they get to a potential win, because you're starting against the Chargers, Seahawks, 49ers. Who knows? Maybe the 49ers are as unhealthy then as they are now, and that could be a concern. But it's going to be a tough go for the Cardinals. Whereas maybe individual player props, overs, things like that is probably the better way to bet rather than wins and losses for Arizona this season.
The toughest thing, honestly, maybe to do with Arizona this year is finding out when you're going to fade them in your survivor leagues. Because again, of all these great teams that they play, there are going to be a lot of weeks that you can use them. And with the luck that I'm sure a lot of us have, I'm sure the week we end up taking them is the week we end up fading them is the week they'll end up winning. I already know I'm taking the Chargers against them in week 1. If it turns out where they're just an absolute wagon and, Brissett's coming out there and just slinging it all over the yard and whatever it may be, I'll tip my cap. But these are usually always, since Harbaugh's been there with Herbert, these are the games where they win and they usually cover. Like they are great at home as a big favorite. So I'm not even messing around. I'm not playing the game of waiting to, fade them somewhere down the season, whatever it may be. We talked about both kind of liking the Browns plus the points against the Jags, which is going to be popular. The Saints could be a little bit frisky against the Lions in week 1 as well. I would think those are going to be the 3 most popular games on the board. Those are the 3 biggest spreads. But Kate, I'm not overthinking it. Even though maybe the Cardinals could cover, because 10.5 is a lot of points in the NFL, I think the Chargers end up winning that game. So that'll be my pick for Survivor in week 1. I'm just gonna fade the Cardinals the first week and maybe continue to do so throughout the year. But that'll definitely be the first game I do it.
Like when I look at the Cardinals, when is this franchise going to turn things around? Are they ever going to be able to, PJ? Because you look at the last couple quarterbacks, head coaches. Cliff Kingsbury, one playoff appearance, 28, 37, and 1 overall record, so losing. Jonathan Gannon didn't last more than 2 years. Obviously, last year was his last season, 15 and 36 overall in 3 seasons. Mike LaFleur, I want to go ahead and say Mike LaFleur is going to be a good head coach, but being a good head coach with this roster still doesn't get you all that much. If Mike LaFleur ends up being the next Sean McVay or the next Matt LaFleur or Ben Johnson, whomever, is it still enough to turn around a roster like this without having a true franchise quarterback? And then even with this type of schedule, because even if the Cardinals were to win a bunch of games this year, which we just said is not going to happen, then you play an actual first place schedule, which essentially should be harder than this year, but this year's schedule is also incredibly difficult. So it just feels like it's a lose-lose kind of all around for the Cardinals. And I mean, it pretty much has been since Bruce Arians? 2017?
Yeah, pretty much. Man, those old Cardinals teams, how good were they with Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald and Bolden the year they made the Super Bowl? Woo, those were some good teams. But again, I think the biggest thing for the Cardinals, that division that they play in. I mean, you got 3 elite head coaches. You got McVay, Shanahan, and McDonald. Not easy. You also have 3 great organizations. The Rams, terrific. Seattle, terrific. San Francisco. I mean, the talent on those rosters is just so great. And that's the issue. It's impossible to have 4 teams make it out of the same division. So I think it'll be tough for Arizona here, even though they do have some nice young pieces. It's just going to be, that division is just so brutal, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any easier for the foreseeable future. I know Stafford's 39. So they'll have to figure out their quarterback situation in the next couple of years. But again, with McVay there, they'll figure it out as long as he's still coaching. So that, I think, is the toughest part for Arizona. It's just that division they play in. Really, really good.
Within the division, the 49ers, another report today, PJ, as of about 20 minutes ago, Christian McCaffrey is out of practice again on Sunday. Sunday as in today. He hasn't practiced since August 10th, dealing with what the team has called tightness. I'm concerned already for these 49ers with all the injuries that they already have, with Shanahan not having coached the early part of training camp because of the car. It's the same old story over and over again for these 49ers. And if they don't get healthy quickly, I'm really concerned for their start to the season and how, I mean, you open at the Rams. If you don't have, or you open you open in Melbourne in Australia against the Rams.
Yep.
Then things get a little bit easier, but Miami and Arizona. But then you have Denver, you have Seattle. If you don't get off to a good start here, things could get dicey earlier for San Francisco, and you're just kind of trying to climb out of a massive hole once again.
Yeah, we talked about the Niners last week, Kate. It's just a really tough team to figure out. From a future standpoint, I'm with you. No interest in them. The injury history of this team, and now it's already starting with McCaffrey and some of these receivers. I want to see how it plays out throughout the season. CMC, though, especially from a fantasy standpoint, what do you do? Would you take him? If, let's say,
No.
You wouldn't take him, you would stay away.
No. I think there's other players that could have, if CMC is fully healthy and he's playing what he produces and puts up week to week, yeah, you're probably not going to get that with too many other players. But I want someone that I have throughout the entire season, not for 6 games. I need that production throughout. I wouldn't take him.
I'm torn. I go back and forth. I think I would agree with you, because if you're picking a guy like that in the first round, you need those 15 to 20 points every single week. You're banking on the consistency. That guy's in your lineup. You know what you're getting out of him. And CMC is just the opposite of trustworthy and consistent, like you said, when he's out there, consistent, but
Right.
just trusting him to be in the lineup every day. Yeah, he's going to be tough, and he means so much to this San Francisco team because how many times have we seen over the years, even when Purdy's hurt or they have all these different injuries to all these different guys, as long as 23's out there, Shanahan finds so many different ways to get him the ball, and he just puts so much stress on the defense. He truly can win you games single-handedly for what he does from a rushing and receiving standpoint. So one of the most important non-quarterback offensive players in the NFL because of what a dynamic running back and receiver that he is. But, I mean, yeah, just like you read the news and you're like, here we go again. He's starting to act up. I don't know, Kate. I'm torn on what to do with McCaffrey. I was telling you at break, I just feel like I'm the kind of person and he's the kind of player. If I draft him, he'll play one game. If I don't, he'll play 16 and end up, leading the league in fantasy points. But he's a tricky one. And God, you just hope he plays because he's still so good. He's so fun to watch too. And again, San Francisco can be really good if he's healthy and out there.
How would you rank these in terms of your draft order? McCaffrey, Gibbs, and Bijan.
Are they all fully healthy?
They're all fully healthy.
I think I go Gibbs, McCaffrey, Bijan, I would say.
Okay.
I think because just Bijan.
You get a little bit more in the passing game with Gibbs and McCaffrey than you do Bijan, right?
And now the fact that Montgomery's not in Detroit anymore to handcuff Gibbs, Pacheco's there, but it's not going to be the same it was with Montgomery. Like Gibbs is going to he's going to get the workload. Bijan is so stinking good. And there's two different ways to look at it. Like you could look at the quarterback situation in Atlanta is a mess, but that could end up working out for Bijan, right? Are they going to give him the ball 30 times a game? Are they going to find a way between rushing and receiving? But yeah, McCaffrey, when he's healthy, Kate, he's just, the workload, like the target share from a receiving standpoint, especially in fantasy, is just, it's so valuable that I think outside of Gibbs, he'd be my number 2.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Have you had any fantasy drafts yet? Are those coming up in the next couple weeks?
Coming up next couple weeks. Haven't had any yet. And to be honest with you, I don't take them nearly as seriously as I used to. I have so many friends that'll text me, what should I do? Oh, I have this pick tonight. What should I do? I've been doing 57 mocks this week, and this is what's been coming. I don't do any mocks, Kate. I don't do any mocks. I don't read any books. I just go in there and just go gut. I have a feeling of the guys that I want to take, and then I just roll with that. How about you? How many different fantasy teams are you on this season?
I will be on 3 different, and I'm with you too. I do I do like my social media type research, and I only call it that. It's not social media, but like sitting on the couch on your phone in front of the TV, reading a couple articles or, checking a few things out. I'm not sitting down for an afternoon and mocking up a board or anything like that. I'm kind of with you that I just go on gut, you go on feel, and then you see how the season plays out. And that's kind of my fantasy. I'm in a girls fantasy league. I'm in a family fantasy league, and then I'm in a co-ed friends fantasy league. And they're not all that serious, to be honest.
Are you the kind of fantasy drafter that you try to load up your teams with the same players so that you're just rooting for the same people every week? It's boom or bust. Like if those guys turn out great, you're going to have a great year in all 3. Or do you try to spread it out? If you come
I like
to a
to
decision,
mix it up a little bit. I like to mix it up and see which team am I the better GM for. I built 3 different rosters. Which strategy, and granted, there's not a whole lot of strategy. It's just kind of whoever's available at the time that I like. But I like to kind of see, how I can play each roster.
Do you draft any Green Bay Packers on your teams? Are you one of those people that you cannot draft whoever the rival of your favorite NFL team is?
I won't draft many Green Bay Packers because I don't think the Packers are fantasy-wise all that. If Josh Jacobs plays, but is he going to play? Yeah. There's no rule. I'm not drafting. If Jordan Love is the best quarterback on the board, I'll take Jordan Love. Yeah.
Okay.
How
Because
about
as you know, I mean, we have these people that are like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm a
I'm trying
Ravens
to
fan.
win.
I'll never take a Steeler, or I'm a Cowboys fan. I'll never take an Eagle. Exactly. It's like
You're trying to
trying
win.
to win.
If whoever's going to help me
what
win
do I
the
care?
game. Right. And then maybe the blow isn't as bad if, the Packers beat the Bears this year and then my player goes off, a little hedging the happiness there. That's kind of how we look at it. PJ, the Bills have a new stadium. Some people like it. Some people don't. It made us think of let's draft our favorite stadiums across all of sports for our weekly draft here on BetMGM to Game Day. So we're going to do that on the other side. Stick with us. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. This is Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable, thanks for joining us today on BetMGM Game Day. As we do each week, we do a draft with everyone here on the show, and we draft something that has to do with a topic within sports that week. Sometimes, actually, you know what? Sometimes we go off the beaten path and we just do some random non-sports topic. But this week, the Bills, they debuted their new stadium. Some people really liked it. Other people couldn't see the field. There's been a mixed bag in terms of the response to the stadium here. So it made us think, what are some of the best stadiums in all of professional sports? So that's what we're going to draft this week. And there's a few caveats here. You don't have to have been to the stadium. It can be one that you just want to go to. It can be one that is objectively kind of crappy, but like iconic. So there might be some of those mixed in. Or it could be ones that, you know, you've been to and they're newer and beautiful and all of that jazz. So across the board, a lot of different avenues to take here, but just best stadiums across all of sports that you have been to is what we are drafting today. And we mixed up the draft order today. So we made sure we're mixing that up each week. And PJ, you are the number one overall pick. The owner of the number one overall pick, I should say.
So I told you guys, this is interesting. Kate, you framed it nicely. Like, you know, you can really view this as like truly just like the best stadium. Like maybe it's the newest with the most high tech or those sorts of things, or it's just that stadium, that venue that's on everybody's bucket list. I'll approach it that way, at least with my first pick. I'll take the Rose Bowl. They call it the granddaddy of them all for a reason. I've been fortunate enough to go, and look, again, the stadium is nothing special. It's old. It's a bowl. But what I love about it is there's not a bad seat in the house. The setting is unlike anything up in the San Gabriel Mountains. And it's just like, you know, everything that goes with it, where when the game starts, it's 2 p.m. Pacific time. The sun's out. It's beautiful. It's the California weather that you think of. And then when you get into the fourth quarter, the sun starts to come down. And it just starts to feel like a battle. And I just love kind of how that plays with the sun going down through the night and the setting. So even though it's maybe not necessarily the best stadium, I think from a venue standpoint, the fact that there are no bad seats, I'll go with the Rose Bowl at number one.
You know, that is a good take. I went to the Rose Bowl when Iowa was playing in it years ago, and they were playing Stanford, and Iowa got trucked by CMC running all over them. But it was still just the most beautiful venue, beautiful place I've ever been, with that sun coming down over the mountain. So good pick, PJ. Rose Bowl number one overall. Grant, you're next.
So when we go into this, I think of stadiums and like their uniqueness, because you can't just have like the cookie cutter concrete donut type stuff in the 80s and 90s, like Three River Stadium or Atlanta or Philadelphia back in the day. So I really like picking stadiums based upon that. And when you think about that, to me, there's not a more unique stadium than Wrigley Field to me. When you think of uniqueness, the marquee outside the stadium, the scoreboard right in front of center field, right behind it in the bleachers, the bleacher dugouts, the seventh inning stretch, go Cubs go at the end of every Cubs win, flying the W, the ivy on the walls. You know, it. People say it's crap, whatever. It's not. I believe if Jesus comes back, he will want to have a beer and a hot dog and watch the Cubs win a baseball game. It's my favorite stadium to go to. People want to dog it all they want, but it's always in the top 3 to top 5 lists of everybody's baseball stadiums. And there's a reason why. It's not just because it's old. It's because it's historic. It's iconic. It's the federal landmark. It's Wrigley Field, friendly confines. I believe it's the best stadium in the world. And so that's why I got to pick it number one.
All right. For the history, I can't really argue with you there either. I guess we're all kind of going with like rundown stadiums that just have a lot of meaning to them, because I am going to go with my number one overall. I have not been to this arena, but I would love to go sometime. I'm going to go with Cameron Indoor, where the Dukies play. Of college basketball, I think that's kind of one of the pinnacle of arenas that have some serious kind of meaning or old school charm to them. So I'll go Cameron Indoor. Zach, first of all, Zach, you approve as our resident college basketball guy?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like an insane atmosphere. It is interesting that Cameron was the first college basketball arena that went off the board. There are plenty of good options you could go with, but no, that definitely looks like a great place to watch a basketball game. Every time we touch by Cascada playing before the game, goosebumps every time. That's a great song to get the crowd pumped up. But I like the trend we're going with to start of, old school stadiums that may not be the nicest, but the history is it just means so much. And with the Bills building their new stadium, I mean, it's just another example of those stadiums are just running out. Like the fact that the Cleveland Browns and Kansas City Chiefs are going to be playing in domes in the not too distant future, like it does bum me out. So enjoy these old stadiums while we can. So with that being said, I'm just going to put both my picks into the same blend. Grant, I was actually going to take Wrigley Field. Like the Ivy is iconic. Everything you said, I agree with. So I'm just going to take Fenway and Lambeau, probably two of the most iconic stadiums in all of sports. The Green Monster, iconic. Lambeau Field, it should never go anywhere. Those will be my first two picks.
All right.
Two good ones.
Can't disagree. I was debating taking Fenway with mine. I'm going to go next one that I probably am taking this way too early here. But I've been to this one and it was an awesome ballpark and it had incredible food. And that is Petco out in San Diego. We took the ferry across the bay from Coronado over to San Diego. It's just then a short walk over to Petco, downtown San Diego. Awesome for stopping at some bars, getting some drinks beforehand. And then I can't even tell you how much food we ate at that stadium, and it was all absolutely phenomenal. So a little different for my first pick of Cameron Indoor, but I'm going Petco Park. Grant, you're up next.
All right, so this might be against migraine, but I've always looked at it as something of a historic basketball stadium. You think of very famous movies of college basketball, the top of your list has to be Hoosiers. And I know it's been through many name changes, but now it's called Hinkle Fieldhouse, I believe. Hinkle Fieldhouse, but it's where Butler plays. It's one of the, it's not Cameron Indoor, it's not where Kansas plays, but at the same time, like, it's one of the most iconic college basketball venues that you can think of. And it's, it's in Indianapolis, it's not a small city by no means, but it's a small college when you compare it to Butler. But everybody knows where Butler plays, and it's at the Fieldhouse. And Hoosiers is just one of the most iconic college basketball movies of all time, and that's where they play the final game. So give me Finkel Fieldhouse for my next pick.
Love it.
Solid.
All right, so I got two straight. I'm going to go off the board here. I think I thought of two pretty good ones. After watching the World Cup, this place skyrocketed towards the top of my board. I'm going to put Estadio Azteca up there.
That's a
as
good one,
number
PJ.
2. That place, man, you just want to talk about like a cathedral. We've had guests on this show talk about how they've been there. There's nothing like it. They throw beer on you when they score a goal. And watching that Mexico-England game, after I saw that, it is now towards the top of my bucket list. So even though, again, it's not the flashiest, it's not the prettiest, it's not the newest, just the aura of that place, I'll put that as my second pick. And then before we got on, I was telling you guys I'm heading to the U.S. Open for tennis in a couple weeks. I'll put Wimbledon center court on there as number 3 because, again, that's like the most famous tennis court in the world. It's beautiful, just the grass and the little stadium that they built in there. There's not a bad seat. Everybody's locked in. So I'll go Azteca and I'll go center court at Wimbledon as well.
I'm already feeling like PJ may be somewhat running away with this one. Those are pretty good. I'm gonna go with my third pick. I just had it here and I just lost it. My train of thought. Grant is picking, which is great because it gives me more time to refine my pick. Grant, go ahead.
Well, I wasn't gonna say anything. You were just going on.
Come on, you gotta stop me, Grant.
Sorry. All right. With my next pick, I don't like the place, but I do want to say before, like, I go away that I can at least say I watched one game there, and they call it the Mecca of basketball. They call it the granddaddy of them all, whatever you want to call it. It's MSG. I know, it's run down, it's crappy. My uncle used to work for WWE, and he said the locker rooms are some of the smelliest and nastiest places you can be. But just going to MSG and witnessing a game there, or even just going to a Rangers game as well, it's one of those things I want to cross off my list. And it's when you think of basketball courts, NBA-wise, there's not very many historic ones, but MSG has got to be the number one historic one. So give me MSG for my next pick.
All right. Solid. You can't argue with the Mecca. Grant, always interrupt me if I'm going to be drafting in your spot. You just chime in and tell me to shut my mouth. All right. I've been debating between a couple for college football. I'm kind of just like I'm going to just like go my own route here. I think I'm going to lose this one regardless based on my first two picks comparatively to your guys's. So I'm going one for each sport. I'm going college football. I want to go to Tiger Stadium. I want to go to an LSU football game, a night game in Death Valley. Like, I was debating that, and is it Beaver Stadium or Penn State plays, whatever they call it, like a whiteout game there would be awesome. But I'm Big Ten country. I got to go down to the SEC and see what that's all about. I have not been to an SEC football game before, so Tiger Stadium is where I would like to go to my first SEC football game.
Okay, we got to get you to an SEC game. Come down to Bryant Denny anytime. Yeah,
all right.
Whenever you want.
All right, PJ, I'll take you up on it.
Hopefully,
I think that's a really good pick.
Yeah, that is a good pick.
So, Kate mentioned it. I'm going to have to take Beaver Stadium. I think right up there with LSU. It's one of the best atmospheres in college football, especially for that one whiteout game. It's against USC this year. I just checked that. So, should be good. I will go with Beaver Stadium with my first pick. And then I'm going to go with another college arena in college basketball. I know PJ has brought this place up many times on the show. I know he wants to go there. I do as well. This team, when they play there, they never lose. That's Kansas. So I will have to go with Phog Allen Fieldhouse. Bill Self has been the Kansas coach for over 2 decades now, and he has more seasons coached at Kansas than losses at Allen Fieldhouse. It's one of the best home court advantages in the sport for a reason. I will go with Allen Fieldhouse for my last pick.
All right. Again, I'm kind of punting on this one. I'm going to go, this is a personal, nostalgic arena that I grew up going to. I've got college basketball. I've got MLB. I've got college football, NBA. I'm going Target Center. There's nothing special about the Target Center, guys. There really isn't at all. It's a crappy old stadium. It hasn't been updated in forever. But that place, I walk in and, I just kind of get the chills. Like, it just warms my heart. And I'm really hoping, I mean, the Timberwolves are probably going to build a new arena in the next 5-10 years. I'm going to be really sad when that day is over. So, that's my list. I'm going to go ahead and claim fourth overall on this draft, even before we're done. But Grant, you are next. What is your fourth?
Kate, if you're going to choose a Minnesota stadium, I thought you were going to take US Bank Stadium because that one's
phenomenal.
That
Target Field is really great too. Like, both of those are awesome. Target Center is way behind, but I mean,
yeah,
that tugs at the heartstrings.
Tugs at the heartstrings. I get it. I chose Wrigley Field as my first one, so that's close to my heart. For my last one, this one isn't close to my heart at all, but it's on a bucket list as well. When it's not used by any soccer team or football team until a major match is coming up, whether it be the FA Cup, Premier League Championship, whatever you want to call it. Whenever there's a big game, it's going to be played there, and that's Wembley Stadium. That is kind of considered like the MSG or the Mecca of soccer over there. That's like the high mark stadium where every big game is played. And it's got big arch in the middle of the stadium too. And whenever you walk into that stadium, I bet you feel like, wow, there's a lot of history from this place. A lot of events have happened here, and it's just probably it's in high regard over on the other side of the pond as like the MSG or the Wrigley Field for them. So I'll take Wembley for my next pick.
Great pick.
Man, there are a lot of good options left. I mean, there are 3 NFL stadiums left that are at the top of my list. You got Atlanta's, you got SoFi, you got Jerry World in Dallas. I've only been to one of them. Never been to SoFi or AT&T, but I love Mercedes-Benz. I'm going to go with baseball, though, and I'm going to go with Oracle Park and the San Francisco Giants. I think that's the best one. As you guys know, I've been to all the baseball stadiums, and I tell everybody that's the best. If I could go to see a game, if I could have season tickets anywhere, it'd be San Francisco. You sit up top behind home plate, and you see the view of the bay, and you can't beat it. So I'll go Oracle Park in San Francisco for my last pick.
PJ, how many MLB stadiums have you been to? Have you been to all of them?
I haven't been to the new Atlanta or Miami, but I've been to the old ones. So those are the only 2.
Wow, that's impressive. All right, so PJ has Rose Bowl, Azteca, Wimbledon, Oracle. Grant has Wrigley Field, Hinkle Fieldhouse, MSG, and Wembley. I have Cameron Indoor, Petco Park, Tiger Stadium, and Target Center. And Grant has Fenway Park, Lambeau, Beaver Stadium, and Fog Allen. Max, you are our picker. Who do we think? Apparently, within our group, our show chat, PJ is the winner.
I'm not gonna lie. When I thought of Azteca in the second round, that was like getting Jokic, when the Nuggets did in the second round. That was pretty strong. I thought of that one, and I'm like, that could be one. But I wanted to see if any of you guys thought of it. I thought maybe I could wait, but after that World Cup, gosh, that England-Mexico game was just so freaking good. I'm like, I gotta see a game there at some point.
Yep. I was coming around on that one, PJ. Had you? Well, I was coming around third. That was going to be my next pick. But honestly, Grant and Zach, I can't really argue with your guys' picks as well. I mean, I think those are both strong, good ties for second. I will happily take fourth place. We'll call it at that. All right, that's going to do it for our weekly draft of best stadiums across all of sports, whether or not they are nostalgic or run down but meaningful or just new and sparkly. Coming up on the other side, we talked about a lot of Major League Baseball stadiums. We'll talk about Major League Baseball. Paul Skeens, his start has been pushed today. The Dodgers have been struggling. What's going on? More to come on the other side. MLB talk here on Westwood Sports. What is this, a little locked up? Who sings that? Locked up, yeah. Paul Skeens has kind of been locked up recently. Akon. I knew I knew that.
Done.
Yeah.
My
nickname back in the day, PJ, was you like that one better than my things are not cute in Arizona right now transition earlier today. Sometimes we hit on them, sometimes we don't. Paul Skeens though has been locked up recently. It's not been a great run for Paul Skeens. We will get into that in just a second. But before we do, head over to BetMGM. Players over there will receive a WNBA odds boost token if you're betting on the W. To use the token, add a WNBA wager to your bet slip and activate that token. If you win your wager that was made using that odds boost token, look at that, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Head over to BetMGM, get in on that. Paul Skeens, PJ, things are not going well for him. His start today was pushed. Pirates came out and said, not injured, nothing to be concerned about. He's just been struggling. We're going to give him a little extra rest. We're going to push his start today. That's still a big deal, I think, because it's Paul Skeens and because of how great he was in his first 2 seasons and how much he has been struggling recently. He has a 3.88 ERA. He's 9-11 in the win-loss column. Not that necessarily matters a whole lot because a lot of times it's, the Pirates bats that don't give him the run support or the bullpen comes in and kind of blows things. But the ERA is the thing that is a 3.88 for a guy like Paul Skeens is concerning.
Definitely is. Did you see the photos of him and Livy Dunn on the beach in Florida?
Yes.
With the beer belly?
Oh my gosh. And then Livy's just got
Not
these
good.
washboard abs and I'm like, Paul, what are we doing here, man? Come on.
And this is before he gets all the money. You know what I mean? Like I would understand it. You get the big contract, but this is before all that.
Exactly. And I mean, in this day and age, PJ, you always have to stop and figure out if things are AI. That wasn't AI. That was a Paul Skeens beer belly.
Sure was. And this is what happens, if he had a sub 2 ERA, Kate, I mean, he could have all the cheeseburgers and steaks that he wanted, but because he's got an ERA close to 4, and he's walking with his girlfriend on the beach and he's got a little bit of a beer belly, people are going to come for him. But it's been really surprising considering how dominant he was at LSU, how great he was in his rookie season. Even though the strikeout numbers are still pretty good, the fact that the ERA is this high is pretty shocking. As we know, baseball is such a hard sport. There's so much volatility that happens year to year. Like Cal Raleigh, the season that he's having this year for Seattle after nearly winning MVP. I mean, this stuff happens. It's crazy, but I kind of would speak, I think, for a majority when we all thought that it looked like Skeens, if he stayed healthy, like his trajectory was looking like he was going to be maybe one of the better pitchers we'd seen in a long, long time. And he's still young and maybe he could turn around. It could still go that way, but definitely surprising that he's having the season that he's having. And look, again, the Pirates got to do everything they can to try and hold on to him for the long term. I don't think any of us expect him to stick around Pittsburgh for the long haul, but this is a little bit surprising that they're giving him the time off. And again, with the timing of this picture, just not all that great of a look here for Paul.
No, especially, I mean, his rookie season, a 1.96, last season, 1.97. Now you're up to almost 4. I mean, value on him. Not that it can't get back up to where it was, but any trade value for the Pirates, if they think they're not going to be able to re-sign him, that's kind of down as of now. Maybe he gets back in shape this off season, end of the year for the Pirates, kind of around the corner, and we restart things again in the following year. Also, PJ, just real quick here, the Dodgers 4-6 in the last 10 games. Brewers have the league lead in the NL. I mean, I'm not concerned about the Dodgers, but not a great showing in their last 10 games overall.
Again, they continue to do this. We were talking a little bit about this off air. You never want to overreact to 2 or 3 week stretches in a 162. Every team does go through them. And I think we all expect the Dodgers starting rotation to be okay. Edwin Diaz has been terrible, but I think he's going to be fine. the lineup is a little bit concerning. Like outside of Shohei and Freddie Freeman, Pages has been good this season. Like Mookie Betts has not been great. Kyle Tucker has not been good. I am getting like a little concerned about the Dodger order. Will Smith is hurt. So yeah, we'll see if they can fix that heading into September.
We will see. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressive.com. We're wrapping up the 4th hour, not calling it the 5th because out of respect for Jaden Daniels, who we will talk about next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on BetMGM Game Day. He's PJ Glasser. I am Kate Constable. 1 hour left here on the show, and we are talking what in the world is going on with Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels. And I shouldn't say the Washington Commanders. I should say Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels and LSU, because there's just a mess happening right now, PJ. And sometimes, I mean, these messes aren't great for the athletes, right? They're like, they get messy, they get just annoying within the news cycle, they get become a distraction for teammates, all that. But what they do for us fans is generate unbelievable memes and social media posts and things like that, because Jaden Daniels, this whole 5 deal, the amount of teams, brands, everything that's coming out and not posting about 5 out of respect for Jaden Daniels has been one of the more incredible things I've seen this weekend. It's amazing.
I just, like, again, the part of it that shocks me is the guy that's behind it all, because, like, I don't know Jaden personally, but just how he's carried himself the time at LSU in these couple of years in Washington, and obviously living in the area, Kate. I mean, this guy is beloved. Like, he is professional. He always is good with the media and has the right things to say and is a great leader. And it's just like, this is the kind of guy that, like, you would never see, you know, if Johnny Manziel did something like this, okay. Like, right. I could see that, right? Like, there are certain athletes where you could be like, okay, that checks out. That makes sense. But for Jaden to be doing this and putting his foot down and really burning bridges in the process, you know, I've been kind of shadowing shows or doing shows this week where I've been talking with LSU people, and really all of them have talked about how their interactions with Jaden were always great when he was on campus. He was a great kid, obviously a great player, won the Heisman. He was beloved by LSU fans. He appreciated what they did for him. But it's like, now what he's doing with this and how the fact that he won't let it go, and how, you know, he's pushing so hard for the name, image, and likeness. And obviously you got a guy like Joe Burrow who's not doing anything close to this. It's pretty just crazy to watch kind of the turn for Jaden. And again, like, Washington fans do not care as long as this isn't a distraction and he looks like the guy he was 2 years ago and they go out and win games. But Kate, if he struggles and they struggle and it's another long year for the Commanders, then they're all going to be pointing to this and being like, Jaden, why? Was it really worth all of this right before the season started?
Right, especially at this point. Like, preseason's here. We're going. Not the time for these types of distractions. And just to back up for anyone who might not be familiar with the situation. So Jaden Daniels, via his attorney, informed LSU that it can no longer use his name, image, and likeness. They sent a letter to the LSU athletic director on August 5th. And this all kind of happened because LSU is allowing their sophomore cornerback, DJ Pickett, to wear the number 5 jersey that Jaden Daniels wore when he won the Heisman at LSU. And since Joe Burrow won a national championship and the Heisman, no one has worn the number 9. So Jaden Daniels has also come out and said he feels like he's been treated he's been treated differently than Joe Burrow, and being they're both Heisman winners, they should both be treated the same. But he doesn't want this current player, DJ Pickett, to be wearing the number 5 jersey. He thinks he's earned the respect of that jersey number essentially being retired, PJ. And I think there's something to say, like, you win the Heisman for a school, like, there is a certain level of respect that I think you can demand, but I think this goes a little bit beyond that, especially just, like you said, at this point of where he's at in his Commanders season. I know it's coming up now because this is the first player to wear the number 5 since Jaden left LSU, but, like, not every Heisman winner has had their jersey retired. Joe Burrow hasn't had his jersey retired there. Number 9 is still out there. Granted, no one's worn it, but it's still essentially available.
You know, another part of this too, Kate, is, like, for me, Jaden Daniels is not synonymous with LSU. You know how there's just certain college athletes where you think Tim Tebow, Florida, right?
Right.
You think Vince Young, Texas. Like, you think Zion, even though it was 1 year, Duke. Like there are just certain athletes across certain sports you think of, and it's like, yeah, like I know where that guy, Jaden, like he started his career at Arizona State, and then, he went to LSU. He had the one great season. He won the Heisman. And again, like Cam Newton had one great season at Auburn, and he also won the Heisman, but he also won a national title on top of that. And it's like this whole thing. I mean, Jaden Daniels didn't even make the playoff that year, let alone like win the SEC, win the national title. Like that means a lot to these big time college schools, especially in the SEC. It's great to win the individual accolades, but the guys that really get remembered are the guys that win the ultimate prize, the guys that win the national championship, which Burrow obviously did. Not only winning the Heisman, he won the national title too. So it's crazy. But that's just another part of it too. It's like I could understand if, like, again, you are as beloved as Tebow was at Florida, or if, like, when I think of your program, like you're one of the first athletes that I think of. But to me, just like Jaden Daniels and LSU, like it just like doesn't have that same appeal that some of these other great Heisman Trophy winners have. I think that's another part of this. And it's funny you reading out the fact that he informed LSU of this on August 5th. Do we think that was an accident that he did it on the 5th?
Actually did
I didn't
not
think about that until right now. But
That's amazing.
I'm like, I hope that was intentional. Like, I really hope that was intentional, that they could have done it on the 4th or the 6th. They did it on the 5th. Had to be intentional.
Had to be. That had to be. That's amazing. Honestly, that's great.
They should have done it on May 5th.
By the Daniels
Kate, they should
camp. Exactly.
They should have done it on May 5th. God, 5 is when they should have done it. Yes. That would have been great.
Like, you're completely right, though, PJ. When you think about LSU, my mind immediately goes to Joe Burrow over Jaden Daniels if I'm comparing the two of them. Burrow went 15-0. He won a national title. He threw 60 touchdowns that year. He threw 20 more touchdowns that season than Jaden Daniels did in his final season. Granted, Daniels ran for 5 more, but like 20 more passing touchdowns in your final season at LSU for Joe Burrow en route to 15-0 and a national championship. Like, Daniels says he feels like he's been treated a little bit differently than Burrow. Yeah. Burrow did stuff a little bit differently than you did there. Not to say Jaden Daniels didn't have like a great personal season, but it's an interesting situation going on right now. But what I mentioned, PJ, at the top, like some of these jokes coming out, the Mets, after beating the Nationals 4-1, the Mets Instagram account said they stopped at 4 out of respect for Jaden Daniels. StubHub is no longer offering tickets in groups of 5 out of respect for Jaden Daniels. People on social media began joking that they were going to leave their 9-to-5 jobs at 4:59 out of respect for Jaden Daniels. Like, the comments coming out of it are, one, just to me hilarious, and two, don't you think Jaden Daniels kind of feels a little stupid right now? Like, this has just become a laughing stock. Is it worth it?
Oh yeah.
I don't believe so.
And how pissed do you think his teammates probably are about this with Washington, right? Like, it's just so unnecessary. And again, it's a huge year for the Commanders. Huge. I mean, you surprise the world. You make it to the NFC title game 2 years ago. You have Jaden Daniels as a rookie. Last year, he gets hurt. It's a disaster season. This is kind of the year where it's like, okay, you had your one-off. We give you a pass because you were so great 2 years ago. But it's like, what is it going to look like? And now you're bringing this onto yourself. And it's like, you are just asking to get trolled if you have a bad season. Like, people are dying to make fun of you and continue going with these jokes. I mean, Kate, you mentioned it. Like, the Mets are tweeting about it, the Orioles, the Guardians, the Angels. I mean, all these teams. So can you imagine these NFL accounts, right? Somebody gets an interception. He gets tackled like at the 25-yard line or at the 24-yard line. And the account goes, great interception by so-and-so, had to make sure he get tackled at the 24, not the 25, out of respect for Jaden Daniels or something like that. So it's pretty funny, but I don't know.
It's so good.
This Commanders season was already going to be super interesting. And now with all this, just adding more fuel to the fire.
Yeah, a lot of fodder for opponents to talk some smack to Jaden Daniels. And I mean, it was one thing coming into the season, like after the showing that the Commanders had last year. And again, Daniels was injured for a lot of it. So you can kind of, like you said, wash that one out. But coming back into this year, and then Laramie Tunsil goes down. So all of a sudden you're behind the 8-ball with with your best left tackle out of the picture. It makes Jaden Daniels' job even harder. You would hope his teammates, his coaching staff, you would hope that the focus right now would be solely on the NFL season, on what are we doing week 1, right? Like how do we approach Philadelphia on the road week 1? Let's get ready for that and not let's be the laughingstock of the internet right now. So in terms of expectations for the Commanders this year, PJ, I have them finishing third, potentially last in this division. I mean, I like the Cowboys and the Eagles better than them. And I mean, maybe the Giants surprise you a little bit. I think the Tunsil thing is huge.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's even more reason just to be quiet, just do football, just do NFL football rather. But how do you see this season for the Commanders shaking out?
I think their season is like the definition of like betting alts. I think so. The win total's at like 7.5. I could see a scenario where they win 4 games this year, or I see a scenario where they could win like 10 or 11 games this year. I really think it's going to be boom or bust. And I think it all comes down to Jaden, because if he's healthy and he's on, again, like what he showed us 2 years ago, like that's a guy who could be a top 5 quarterback in football. Again, another team on paper, tough schedule out of the gate. At Philly, at Dallas, home Seattle, Colts in London, home Giants, at San Francisco, home Philly, and home against the Rams. Those are their first 8 games of the season. So if they can just go like 4-4, that would be a massive win, because then it does lighten up a little bit on the back half of the schedule. But yeah, I really don't know what to make with Washington. I think if I were going to bet them, I think my bet would be Jaden MVP at 20-1, because again, I see them as either like really being bad this year or potentially like maybe winning the division or winning double-digit games. And if that happens with their defense, I mean, Jaden's going to be the reason why. So I think him for MVP at 20-1 is kind of the bet that I would probably look at with Washington, but no interest in the win total or, you know, them to win the division or anything like that. I think him for MVP would be my bet.
If he takes the Commanders to the Super Bowl, wins the Super Bowl this year, does he get his number retired when he's done playing for Washington?
It's a great question. God, can we move the Super Bowl to February 5th if that's the case?
Right? Only a couple days earlier, right?
Can we just find a way to do that? Yeah. Ugh. I mean, it'll get retired in Washington. That's for damn sure. But that's the thing too, Kate, which surprised me so much about growing up in the Northeast, you know, growing up in the Mid-Atlantic in Maryland and going to an SEC school, was these hardcore SEC fans, they do not care about these NFL players when they go to their new teams, right? So you would think like these players that they fall in love with for 3-4 years, right? Like me being at Alabama, like the Derrick Henrys, the Amari Coopers, the Minkah Fitzpatrick, all these guys, you would think, oh man, like I'm going to keep tabs on what they're doing, or now so-and-so is going to become my favorite. They don't care. The only game that they watch is the Super Bowl, pretty much. They just care about their Saturdays, what their college team is doing. So again, like these people at LSU, they love Jaden for when he was there. He was a great quarterback. He won the Heisman. But the fact that he's making such a big deal out of this and is like, oh, you know, like I should have 5 retired. Like nobody should wear that jersey anymore. They're kind of like, dude, like really? Like you're the one that's complaining about this. So it's kind of wild.
It feels like if anything, this is going to hurt his reputation with the university more than it's going to do any sort of positive for he or LSU or the Commanders or anything like that. It is 3:14:57, which means we got to take a break before we get to 3:15 out of respect for Jaden Daniels. So we're going to take a quick break here. On the other side, Kyler Murray is officially QB1 in Minnesota. We will talk about that decision by KOC and the Vikings on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up about 20 minutes from now, we'll wrap up the show with our 3 stars. That's the 3 best moments from today's show. But we still have some more NFL talk to get to. Preseason week 1 in the books. Looking forward to preseason week 2 coming up. PJ, the quarterback competition in Minnesota is wrapped up. Kevin O'Connell said that when the Vikings acquired Kyler Murray, that there was going to be a competition between he and JJ McCarthy. But KOC always said, this time frame, a decision will be made because he didn't want it to leak into. He wanted the team to have enough clarity going into the preseason. So Kyler Murray announced as the starter last week. JJ McCarthy, who the Vikings just drafted 2 seasons ago, with the number 10th pick. Yeah, 2024. Number 2 quarterback. He's the backup. 10 career starts in Minnesota. His first year injured, had that ACL or Achilles injury that kept him out his rookie season. And then last year, it did not go well for JJ McCarthy. And so Kyler Murray is in now. Do we think that's the right move for the Minnesota Vikings?
Definitely. McCarthy was a disaster last year. And, with KOC being as good offensively as he is, seeing these guys every day in practice, you would think he would know. Now, again, you would also have trust his judgment and say that they should have gone with Sam Darnold over JJ McCarthy. But I think they realize that this time around, maybe the veteran route is probably the way to go, especially when you got a good defense and a roster that's ready to win now with still one of the best receivers in the NFL. I mean, Kate, this was a team that went 9-8 last year with JJ McCarthy, Carson Wentz, and Max Brosmer starting their games. So if they get, the good version of Kyler Murray, which we saw plenty of times in Arizona, they're sneaky. As we get closer and closer to the season, I'm warming up to the idea on maybe Minnesota winning the NFC North. I don't know. I thought initially the Lions would be my pick just because the schedule is so favorable. And it's they really should win 11, 12 games this year. The Bears, I'm so torn on Chicago this year. I really don't know what to make of them. I have a lot of questions about that defense. And then offensively, they just win so many games in the fourth quarter that they really had no business winning. You expect them to be better, but again, how much better? And you would think that one possession regression is probably coming. And then Green Bay, the way I feel about the Packers is I just think there is no volatility with them. I think they're anywhere in between 8 or 10 wins. I don't think they win 11 or more, and I don't think they win 7 or less. They're right in that range. But with a team like Minnesota, again, I saw McCarthy win 14 games with Sam Darnold. I've seen him do it. And I know that if his team gets good quarterback play, they're going to be dangerous. Their coaching staff is really good, and their supporting cast is really strong too. And the price that you're getting on Minnesota too at plus 600. So I absolutely think it's the right move. If they went with McCarthy, I'd have no interest in betting the Vikings. But now that we know it's going to be Kyler under center, Kate, I'm kind of coming around to the Vikings a little bit in that division.
You know what, PJ? I'm kind of right there with you. I mean, they won 9 games last year with JJ, and I mean, you said it perfectly. It was right. A mess with JJ last year. And granted, the back end of Minnesota's schedule, when they won 5 straight games to end the season, you were getting a Washington without Jaden Daniels. You were playing the Cowboys that were banged up at the time. You played a Green Bay team in Week 18 without Jordan Love. So there are some caveats to that, but still, you won 9 games with JJ McCarthy. And even Max Brosmer won one of those games against Detroit, which is pretty crazy to say. I've always been a KOC fan. I think he's a great head coach. I know everyone wants to call him the quarterback whisperer. He did some good things with Sam Darnold. Obviously, didn't whisper all that well last year with J.J. McCarthy, but I think someone like Kyler Murray, who can extend plays better than J.J. McCarthy could, has a little bit better decision-making, even just a little bit more experience. Like his proven ceiling is higher than J.J. McCarthy. All of those things make me believe that Minnesota could be very dangerous this year. Their defense is really good. Brian Flores always has that unit humming. And you mentioned their schedule this year. Of all the teams in the North, it is one of the more favorable ones. I mean, if Minnesota doesn't win the division, I could still see them making the playoffs, because I think we get more than one team from the NFC North in the playoffs. So I don't like, the North is a tough division to figure out because of, you're right, there's a lot of questions for the Bears. I have questions for the Lions too. And Packers, I know there's some people that are so high on the Packers, and not even just because like I'm a Bears fan and we hate the Packers, blah, 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 but like I just can't get on board with this roster for Green Bay. So I think Minnesota could certainly be a very sneaky is not the right term, because I don't think they're going to sneak up on anyone, but a very intriguing pick to win plenty of games this year and potentially win the division.
Kate, I appreciate that as a Bears fan, you can put aside your bias and just like give me your thoughts on the NFC North, because some other people on this network, I mean, trying to do shows with Brandon Combs on BetMGM tonight. I was co-hosting with Gabe Ramirez a while back.
Gabe loves his
these
Bears.
Guys, they are homers. They love their Bears. They think Caleb Williams is already a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. I'm
not there yet.
How can I have a conversation with you? What are we doing? There's a lot to be excited about. They do have one of the best young coaches in the NFL. There's no question. But my thing with Caleb and why I can't get there with Chicago is I've compared Caleb to Jalen Hurts in the sense that both guys, for me, in the regular season, I feel like week to week, I watch them play, and essentially for like 40 of the 60 minutes, I'm not blown away. Like there are too many games, or there are too many possessions, or too many drives where I watch Caleb and he's just like uninspiring, or he misses easy throws, or he's reckless with the foot, whatever it may be. And then he goes nuts in the fourth quarter. And that's all anybody remembers. And it's similar to Jalen, where he does that in the big games, right? Like the Super Bowls, the NFC championships, that's where he shows up. But again, like you watch Hurts play with the Eagles, and a lot of times you're just like, God, Jalen just does not look good. Like, do the Eagles need to go after another quarter? So that's my problem with Caleb. I just want to see more consistency week to week. I see the talent. I see how special he can be at times. He makes 1 or 2 throws every single game where you're just like, holy smokes. But I don't know, Kate. I mean, you know the Bears better than me. I just feel like I watch Caleb, and there's just too much. There's way too long a period of time where I'm just sitting there and I'm just kind of like this is the guy that everybody thinks is going to be like a top 5 quarter. Like this is the guy that everybody's so hyped up about. I don't know. I just kind of want to see him be more consistent over longer periods of times in games.
So PJ, I mean, you're kind of spot on with that in terms of like, there were so many instances last year where the Bears would get off to brutal first quarter starts too. And you're like, gosh, this is the same team we've watched for so many years. I thought this was supposed to be different. And then all of a sudden the second half starts and you're like, okay, well, maybe they can at least somewhat get back in it. Maybe they can make it interesting. And as the game goes on, you're like, okay, maybe they can win this. And it felt like that was over and over and over. There were a couple games, Sunday night, Monday Night Football, whatever, the primetime standalone where I was very pregnant during the season last year, PJ. So I wasn't feeling all that hot. I would go to bed early, right? And so I'm in bed watching this game and I'm like, oh, good. I'm like almost glad that they're down so much at halftime so I can just turn the game off and go to bed. And no, I would have to stay up till 10:30, 11, which when you're 6-7 months pregnant, that's really late because they would come back all the time and they were never fully out of it, but that's not sustainable for winning. So I will feel different about this Bears team. And I still think they're going to have a good season if they can show me success early on in games. Like if I can see you putting points on the board, if your defense can not allow multiple touchdowns in the first half, things like that, like the more consistency I can see from them early on in games, the more I will start sounding like Brandon Combs or Gabe Ramirez and be all in on the Bears. But I got to see it from the start because we can't be doing this whole second half thing throughout the entire season.
1,000% agree. And that is the point I try to make with them. I'm like, look, it's great that you love your quarterback. It's great that he looks like he has a clutch gene. That's what you want. You want your quarterback to be great in the fourth quarter. You want him to come from behind in games, and you want him to be great in late in games when, as we know, the witching hour is where your money's made in the NFL with the margin of victory being so slight. But you just can't live that way in the NFL. Even the great Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs went 0-6 in one-score games last year. Like, it doesn't matter how good your quarterback is or how good your team is. You are just constantly asking for trouble if you're getting off to such slow starts, having to come from behind week after week, having to win all these games in crazy different ways. Like, at some point, you got to win by margin. You got to get off to fast starts. And again, to your point, Cade, and I've been saying, I want to see more consistency. It's not saying that Caleb can't do it or that he can't be a top 5, top 3 quarterback at some point. But again, the fact that people are already having that conversation and we're going into the season saying that he is could be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm like, can we just see it from week to week? It's like, the best quarterbacks, the Lamars, the Josh Allen, like these guys are great from the opening drive. You know, they're great. Like, look at what Josh Allen did in preseason in his first drive. So that's all I want to see. That's why I can't fully commit to the Bears yet, is I want to see him more consistent over a course of the game. But if he ever gets to that level, watch out. Bears could be pretty good, Kate. They could be pretty good.
Could be pretty good. And I think this season, I mean, year 2, Caleb has already said, like last year during training camp, he was underwater. This year, he's head and shoulders above water. So you'd have to believe that would help a little as well. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, speaking of other BetMGM game day hosts here that like teams in the NFC North. I don't know if you've ever hosted with Pat Boyle, but he loves the Packers. In fact, he loves Jordan Love. Give me your take on this Green Bay team, because I am not on the same level as Pat Boyle is when it comes to Jordan Love. But I also don't know what to make of this Packers team, especially with Micah Parsons out for a significant period to start the year.
Packers are a tough one.
The sigh there.
They're a tough one. I think the best way I would describe it is to what I was saying to you earlier this segment, where I don't know if there is a more predictable team in the NFL in terms of, like, they are the quintessential Mike Tomlin team. We all joke about Tomlin going 9-8 every single year. I truly feel like that's the Packers, but just a little better version of that, where again, they'll never lose more than, they'll never win fewer than 7 games in a season. Like, that's just not going to happen. They're also not going to win like 12 or 13 games. They're going to be somewhere right there in that 8 to 11 range. And if your team just doesn't have that upside to where you can win like 13, 14 games in a season, it's just tough for me to buy into you like really doing any damage in the postseason, like making a deep run in the NFC, winning the Super Bowl. Because again, if you're just kind of like this mediocre team that's like good enough to get to the playoffs, but you're really not great enough to like flirt with the number 1 or a number 2 seed, it's not a team I want to invest in long term. Jordan Love I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback. It feels like he's in that like 12, 13 kind of range to me. He's also inconsistent. The good is really good with Jordan Love, but then the bad is really bad. And his problem is that, again, he just does not have any like truly elite weapons at receiver. Like, he doesn't have a Jamar Chase. He doesn't have a Puka. He doesn't have a JSN. Like, he doesn't have anybody that can elevate him at the receiver. And I think the problem with Jordan Love is the Packers ask him to elevate his receivers, and he's just not that kind of guy, right? Like, that's what make the truly elite quarterbacks elite, is they don't need great supporting cast. They can take scraps of metal and they can take all these broken pieces and make them work. Jordan Love, I don't think can do that. So that's why I'm not there with Pat Boyle. I don't think he's great. Again, like Dak Prescott would be that guy for me. Like that's what's so interesting about the NFL. Some people love Jordan Love, some people love Herbert, they love Caleb, they love Drake May. Like Dak is that guy for me. So I think the way that Pat feels about the Packers and feels about Jordan Love is probably the way that I feel about Dak, I would say, is probably the best way I could describe it to you.
And that's fair. We all have to have those quarterbacks. That's
Who's yours?
I mean,
would you say?
Mine's Matthew Stafford. He can do no wrong in my eyes. But I mean, he's also a Super Bowl champion and an MVP. So that's a little different than Jordan Love. I do like the fact that Tucker Kraft will be back this year. I mean, his injury last year, kind of things went sideways when Tucker Kraft went out. This Josh Jacobs thing, though, is concerning to me. I think that'll play a big role in the success. Right now, he is out for a groin injury. He's also dealing with the legal stuff, and he may end up being suspended. We don't know that. I mean, a quick Google search, and it says, all these headlines are Packers might not be in the clear with the Josh Jacobs stuff going on out there. So that could be a little concerning as well. If Josh Jacobs isn't on the field because he is their run game right now, then I'm really not all bought in on this Packers. Then I think my take might be the Packers finish 4th in the North. PJ, we'll take a quick break. We'll wrap things up on the other side. We have our 3 stars coming your way, our 3 best moments of the show. That is next as we wrap things up. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. We've got a full Major League Baseball slate out there today. Plenty of games already underway, but still plenty to come. So head over to BetMGM, where you will receive an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token. To use the token, add the MLB bets, your MLB bets to your bet slip, and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either of those tokens, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Head over to BetMGM right now and get in on that. Some of the big games tonight. Mariners Astros, is that a big one? Yeah. The biggest, probably Dodgers Brewers in LA. That game at 4:10 Eastern, PJ. So first pitch just right around the corner. Right now, Twins are up on the Phillies 5-0 in the 6th. The Mets are beating the Nats 4-3 in the 7th. We have a rain delay in Padres Guardians. That one yet to begin. 0-0 Marlins Reds, bottom of the 7th. We have Pirates up 7-3 on the Red Sox. Also a rain delay there, but we're in the 7th there. Paul Skeens, his start pushed, so he did not start in this one. Yankees are up 2-1 on the Blue Jays in the 8th. Braves are beating the Diamondbacks 5-2 in the 8th. Cardinals and Cubs just underway. Cardinals 3-0 over the Cubs at the end of the 2nd. And then the White Sox came back after being down to Detroit right now. The Sox are leading the Tigers 6-4 in the 7th earlier today. The Orioles beat the Rays 10-2. All right, PJ, as we do in this final segment of our show each week, we call it our 3 stars of the day because we give out our 3 best moments. Sometimes it's on the show based on the guests that we have. Today, we only had 1 guest. So we like to pull from other shows throughout the week to create our best sound of the week. So let's hit it off the top, and we'll go with our number 3 of the week.
3.
Yeah, I mean, short term, Kevin O'Connell said definitively yesterday that he is the number 2, and they released their first unofficial depth chart today, and he is second in the listing. We've still seen quite a bit of him at practice working with that second offense, still getting some reps against the first team defense based on how they do some of their drills. And yeah, he'll play on Saturday, probably more than we've seen him in the preseason in the past. Obviously, his rookie year, he had already gone down, or he played some in that first game and then went down with his injury. Last year, he only played a series when they were expecting him to be starter. I think we'll see him play a decent bit Saturday against the Giants. We heard from him earlier today. He sounded a lot like he has throughout this thing, where this was an outcome that he obviously couldn't control to a degree. Like, all he could do was his best, is something he kind of says often, and ultimately the decision was the coaching staff's to make. He called it a speed bump, and still believes, obviously, that he can be and is starting material.
That is Emily Leiker of the Minnesota Star Tribune talking about Kyler Murray winning the starting job and J.J. McCarthy and his future. Right now, PJ, his future is looking like he's going to be the backup in Minnesota. Kyler Murray has been announced as the starter, but where does J.J. McCarthy go from here? Is he going to be a forever career backup with being essentially benched this season for Kyler Murray?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're a top 10 draft pick, usually you get a longer leash than like an undrafted rookie would, or people, like that, or a later round draft pick. So maybe he gets another shot. Certainly gets a shot if Kyler gets hurt, but I think his days of starting for Minnesota are probably over. And the only way he plays again for the Vikings, would be if Kyler plays poorly or ends up getting injured.
Yeah. I think you're right. Good chance that maybe we see J.J. McCarthy on another roster a couple years down the road. Maybe he gets traded. Yeah. Maybe next year. Who knows? Let's go with our number 2 star. This is from earlier this week on You Better You Bet.
2.
Micah being out 5 to 6 weeks is massive. That's just massive. We saw what they were last year defensively with him versus without him. So, that's an offense that needs to hit the ground running week 1 and needs to be great to cover it. Now, their schedule early is not terribly difficult. I think they play one playoff team in the first 5 weeks and one top 10 defense in the first 5 weeks. So their early schedule isn't terribly challenging, given that they probably are going to need to score 28 plus per game right out of the chute. But I think this is a division where 9 wins could be last place. And to be clear, Jordan Love could win MVP and they could win 13 games. Like, the Packers are good. There's obviously a version of Green Bay where things click immediately offensively. Micah comes back, they're being conservative, and he's 100%, and they're off and running, and they're one of the most dangerous teams in the NFL. But the biggest injury right now in the division is to the best defensive player in the division, and they just weren't good without him last year. So as of this moment, I'm putting them last.
That is Danny Parkins of Fox Sports talking about the Packers and the NFC North. And Danny knows a thing or two about the NFC North, worked here at 670 The Score, 104.3 rather, The Score in Chicago for many years covering the Bears. So he knows what the Packers are made of, and he's right with Micah Parsons out. Like, that's the biggest absence of a defensive player on any team in the NFC North right now, PJ. And I mean, we both just talked about the Packers not being particularly high on them. I think Danny is right in that they got to get off to a fast start, because if you lose a bunch of games, you got to win some of those games without Parsons in, is essentially what I'm trying to say.
No doubt. They're going to miss Micah. And again, the thing about the Packers, Kate, is there's nobody really elite on that roster. There's no like top tier players in any positions. Micah was like one of the top players that you had at a position, and losing him, a guy that is obviously one of the best pass rushers. He could help stuff the run a little bit too, which he was doing much better in Green Bay. It's just a massive loss. So I agree with Danny. You know, that's a huge loss for that defense.
But like he said, I mean, you could win 9 games and still finish last in that division, because it is so tough right now. All right, let's go with our number 1 star of the show.
1.
I think for Deshaun, what was noticeable yesterday was first and foremost, like, the bar, I think, is extremely low for him already, just given what we know about his time in Cleveland. The performances just haven't been there. I think that the ship has sailed on him, I think, returning ever to the guy he was in 2020, and he's even kind of talked about that a little bit of late. So, you know, I don't know that that's really in the cards. And I think people kind of went into that game expecting – I think some expected to see what we saw. I kind of had even lower expectations, because the last time we saw him, it was a lot of dirted footballs and an offense that really couldn't even move up and down the field. So the fact that he was able to go out and conduct the offense with some confidence, at least early on, put together 2 scoring drives. There was the 1st and 25 situation where they got backed up, and he found a way out of that and completed, 4 passes in a row and 5 over the course of 5 plays.
That was Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, and he's the host of Locked On Browns, talking to us about Deshaun Watson and the Browns starting quarterback situation. PJ, it'll be interesting. Shedeur Sanders gets the start in preseason week 2. You kind of wonder how much he has to do in order to potentially jump Deshaun Watson. I know there hasn't been a quarterback announced as the starter yet, but it feels like Watson might have the upper hand right now.
Certainly does. I really don't think there's anything Shedeur can do, to be honest with you, at this point to jump him. I think it's Watson's job. I think he's going to end up being the starter in week 1. Todd Monken, I don't think has announced anything, just so he can continue to get that competitive spirit. Both guys battling every day in practice and during the preseason games. But it's going to be Watson under center week 1 for the Browns, which I don't agree with. I think at this point, you see what you got in Shedeur. It's a loaded quarterback draft class next year. You're probably going to end up hopefully getting your guy in next year's draft. So you might as well see if the guy that you took in last year's draft is somebody that you can build with. Because, again, with Watson, you're just biding the time until his contract is over.
Who's your 4th string guy on the Browns, PJ, that you want to see more of?
Talon Green. Played at Boise, then at Arkansas. He's got blazing speed. So I wonder if they're going to run like any gadget plays with him or anything.
Talon Green, remember that name. Yeah, I mean, the Browns, they've got 4 quarterback options, essentially. They still got Dylan Gabriel on the roster. So who knows? It could just be a, pick your adventure each week for the Browns. I mean, that's not going to happen. But you get the point that the Browns, a little bit of a mess right now. We'll see how they fare in week 2 with Shedeur Sanders. That's going to do it for us. Thank you to Spencer German, who joined us talking about the Browns. Thank you to Jude in our Westwood One studios, for Zach, Max, and Grant behind the scenes here. He is PJ Glasser. PJ, really appreciate you stepping up in the 9th hour for us here, joining the show today. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Kate Constable. We will be back next week. This has been BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.